Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last meeting of the 2022 year for the Arlington County Board, or the penultimate meeting since we'll be back on Tuesday. Glad to have you with us today in high holiday spirits. This is Katie Crystal speaking, Chair of the County Board, joined today by my colleagues, Vice Chairman Dorsey, Mr. Carantonis, Mr. DeFranti, and Ms. Garvey, recently recognized as one of the leading elected officials in the region by the Council of Governments. Congratulations. To those who have joined us here in the boardroom today, we are so glad to have you with us. If you are joining us remotely on Microsoft Teams, welcome to you as well. Just a few announcements before we get underway. As noted, some members are public as well as county staff and other presenters will be participating remotely as part of our hybrid meeting model. You can help them hear you when you are using the microphone by adjusting that podium up or down by using the arrows on your right, by speaking clearly into the microphone, which is on right now. That ensures everyone can hear you and the recording can pick you up as well for the feed. If you are submitting documents as part of your testimony today, we ask that you hand them to the clerk rather than to us individually. If you include your name and contact information on them, that will be helpful to us so we know how to follow up with you. For remote speakers, please do keep your microphones muted and your camera off until you're called to speak. That helps us preserve bandwidth. If you're calling by phone, when it is your time to speak, you can unmute using *6 on the phone. And if you are on the Teams app or browser, you can click the microphone button on the toolbar. I believe that we have our Spanish language interpreter with us this morning. Is that correct?
I believe the interpreter is online.
Okay. Buenos dias. Could you introduce yourself in English and Spanish, por favor?
Could be that I am mistaken.
Okay, we'll give you, I've got a few more elements of my spiel to get through. We'll see if she's joined us in the meantime.
Thank you.
Okay, notably, although hopefully we are not anticipating too long of a comment period today, but you might find that we need to get up and stretch our legs. If you lose sight of us, that doesn't mean we can't hear you. We've got audio and video in the back and are listening even if we briefly disappear from view. As has been my practice throughout the 2022 year, I'll just note our one speaker per topic rule on public comment is designed to make sure that we can be fair to and hear from as many Arlingtonians as possible. We are very grateful to those who have joined us in cooperating on that one speaker per topic rule so that we can stay fair and consistent. There are, however, other ways that you can let us on the county board know about an issue and share your thoughts, including in more dynamic conversational ways at Open Door Monday, or writing us at countyboard@arlingtonva.us. Our clerks, Ms. Jacobs and Mr. Kushner, are outside and at your disposal if you have any questions about how to sign up for Open Door Monday or other engagement opportunities. I believe that concludes my opening remarks, and unless we've got our Spanish speaker to introduce herself, I think we are ready for our public comment speakers. Ms. Jacobs, if you could call those speakers for us.
I'm sorry, our first speaker is Philip, followed by Andrea Negroni.
Good morning. Phil.
Are you Philip?
Andrea, stay with us for a minute. Do we know if Phil is virtual or in person?
It's supposed to be in person. Is there someone named
Phil
Philip?
in the house. All right, then we will move on.
We will move on to Andrea Negroni, followed by Carla Garral.
Good morning, Ms. Negroni.
Morning. I understand it's already a done deal, but I want to vehemently object to the presence of the gun shop in the 2600 block of Wilson Boulevard. 2 days after it opened, there was a robbery at that store, and somebody walked out of the store with a gun. Apparently, he was apprehended on the street. What I worry about is not only is that gun store less than a quarter of a mile from an elementary school, but the next time it's robbed, people will know you can't just walk out. You can actually go in there with guns and steal guns. And 2 blocks down the road, a cannabis store is about to open. So as an Arlington resident who lives nearby, cannabis and a gun shop in a quarter-mile radius of an elementary school doesn't strike me as a good idea. So hopefully next you won't have a strip bar on the same block, because basically I don't think these are good developments, and I understand it's a done deal. Someone told me it's an as right of occupancy. I don't know what that means, but I think it's a very bad idea, and nobody that I know feels differently. So thank you for listening to that. I would love to understand the rationale behind this, if there is one.
Thank you so much, Ms. Negroni, and please do stay with us. It's our custom to respond to public comments at the end of each of the comments, so we'll
Thank you
for
too.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carla Gorell, followed by Audrey Clement.
Good morning.
Morning. My name is Carla Gorell. I'm a longtime Arlington resident, a retired Presbyterian minister, and a volunteer at Gilliam Place. Today I speak on behalf of Voice. First, thank you to the board for recognizing the critical need for housing and taking the initiative on this issue. My family moved here in 1952, and we first lived in a small rambler near Yorktown, and later we moved to a new home in Riverwood. When we married, I bought a house near Jamestown Elementary where we first could barely afford the mortgage. After raising 3 sons, I now live in South Arlington in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. I love the diversity in my neighborhood and being able to walk to the grocery, my church, and the shops on Columbia Pike. Change has come to every neighborhood that I've lived in, and more change is inevitable. My question is, who will be able to afford new housing opportunities? My sons, I hope. I wish my sons lived nearby. One lives in Arlington. He works in masonry and spends half of his income on 1 room in a home shared by 3 people. Another son recently retired after 24 years in the Air Force. He wants to move back to Arlington and raise his 10-year-old daughter here. So far, it's been difficult for him to find an affordable house. My family's housing changes are similar to what Voice hears at listening sessions throughout the county. Voice urges the county board to approve missing middle housing of 2 to 8 units with no caps to give my sons and others like them the opportunity to obtain a home here. They would make good neighbors.
Thank you, Reverend Gorell.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Alan Gadjahar. Ms. Clement? Okay. Next speaker is Alan Gadjahar, followed by Julia Spain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to Julia Spain.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Great. I'll go ahead and take up the folks that missed it. I'll take their time now. Just joking.
I
Good
regret
morning.
that our rules don't work that way, but we're glad to have you with us.
I'm glad to be here, and congratulations on a successful year. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm Julius Spain, President of Arlington Branch NAACP. Just a few things here in my 2 minutes, as this is my last meeting before you as president. But we sent you a letter on December 2nd referencing Plan Langston Boulevard. And there's a few things we just want to note, NAACP does, right? That as we laid out in our letter, Plan Langston Boulevard needs to meet, and this is the opinion of the NAACP, right? Meet the Affordable Housing Master Plan goals for the Plan Langston Boulevard corridor. So, you know, the Affordable Housing Master Plan called for creation or preservation, as we laid out in our letter, of 2,500 affordable housing units along Langston Boulevard by 2040. But what we're seeing is that the preliminary concept plan falls short of that, right? So we want you to pay strict attention to that, our letter, and as we go through this process, and that the county needs to do, you know, a better job in engaging with our communities of color, BIPOC, our renters, our low income, as we plan this out. The last thing I want to just bring to your attention that's on today's agenda is item 19 as it relates to ranked choice voting. We at the NAACP have not taken an official position at the end of ranked choice voting, but I will say that as I reviewed the staff report, it becomes apparent that it seems that the $50,000 right now, right, that is associated with getting the word out in the community, in my opinion, falls a bit short we line this up with our equity resolution, which is, we're trying to commit to developing an equitable approach in all of our decision making, right?
Thank you, Mr.
So
Spain.
I think we just need to
Mr.
allocate
Spain,
more
your
than
time has elapsed.
$50,000 in resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael and Bessie, followed by Peter Hartnick.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi. I'm here to talk about the airport. It produces obviously a lot of noise pollution, a lot of air pollution, and a lot of carbon pollution. And airlines don't really have much of a viable path forward in terms of decarbonization. And in order to meet our country's climate goals, we are going to have to reduce air travel. This is going to mean that there is reduced demand for air travel into and out of Washington, D.C. And now that Dulles has metro service, as air travel reduces in the future, it will likely end up concentrated out at Dulles because it is a larger airport. So essentially, I think at some point in the future, far in the future, but probably within the county's 50-year or so planning horizon, there will come a time when Reagan Airport is no longer necessary. And so I think the county should start at least thinking about planning on how to redevelop the airport into something else, because it is a very large plot of land that is in a dense area on the waterfront and is highly desirable. So I think it would be prudent for the county to at least have a thought about having a plan in the wings for if and when that does occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbisi.
Our next speaker is Peter Hartnick.
Good morning, Mr. Harnick.
Good morning, board members. I'm Peter Harnick. I'm a member of the Park and Recreation Commission, but I'm speaking on my own. I want to talk about Quincy Park. I come here every few years to talk about Quincy Park, and hopefully you'll be getting a little drawing of what my concept for making Quincy Park into a better central park for Arlington. Obviously, Quincy Park is extremely well located. It's the largest flat area in the county, and it's surrounded by thousands and thousands of apartments, people that don't have any open space for their own use. And I think it would make a beautiful space for a central park, maybe even have a pond in it. And of course, that would involve a lot of discussions with the community as to the best use of the park. But the only way to have that discussion would be to have a planning process for Quincy Park. Quincy is now, I think, on the capital improvement plan for the county, but it's way down, and I'm not sure when, 2030 or something like that. It's meanwhile, we keep hearing all kinds of ideas for Quincy Park, that Marymount might want to build a stadium in it, and who knows what. It's not a vacant piece of public land for all kinds of other institutions to utilize. It really needs its own plan. I think we need a robust conversation about having a beautiful place with walkways and nice benches, not bleachers that you have to sit on to hold hands with your loved one or something like that. And maybe dealing with the excess amount of parking in there, a lot of other things like that. So I hope we can move up the planning process for Quincy Park to something more realistic before a whole bunch of new ideas get thrown into the mix without the county having charge of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harnick. I appreciate that greatly. All right. Madam Clerk, do we want to try to loop back and see if any of our other speakers are able to join us?
I will call their names. I don't see them online, but
Okay.
Let's see if Philip. Audrey Clement. Alan Gajahar.
Okay. Well, in that case, thank you to those who've come in or spoke online with us this morning. We definitely appreciate hearing from you all, and the range of issues covered this morning, I think, is emblematic of what public comment is. It's an opportunity to present, especially some things that maybe otherwise wouldn't be on the radar. I'll take just a few moments to respond and then ask my colleagues to join with any other thoughts. Ms. DeGroni, with your comments about the gun shop on Wilson Boulevard, we agree with you. We are deeply constrained by state regulation that does not allow localities in the Commonwealth of Virginia to take any steps to regulate the sale of guns beyond what is allowed by right. So by right is simply the planning framework that says as long as you are in compliance with the zoning code, you can move forward. So it's what would allow, for example, a clothing shop to establish there. The Commonwealth has constrained us from further regulating the sale of guns within our county's borders. This is a source of enormous frustration to the five of us, particularly in an era of gun violence. This is something we actually talked about just a few months ago. Tragically, we have many occasions to, given the frequency of mass shootings in this country. And I know, observing the unbelievably 10th anniversary of Sandy Hook, it is on our minds yet again. We have made efforts in the past to express the I think, overwhelming will of the board as well as the community that this is not a neighboring use that we welcome in our community. We don't think it's compatible with our goals that try to create a community that is, as you mentioned, in proximity to a school, friendly to families, and inclusive to all. I don't know. I'm going to maybe just turn to our attorney to see if there's anything I've missed or inaccurately characterized with regard to the constraints on us when it comes to regulating the sale of firearms in our community.
No, unfortunately, you hit it all.
Yeah, so I will say, we continue to push for a pretty lengthy agenda at the state level when it comes to local authorities to regulate firearms. One of those is asking members of the General Assembly to take on or amend the framework that, the preemption ordinance that essentially over and above constrains localities when it comes to the regulation of firearms, so that we can at least craft solutions that make sense for our community. That continues to be a priority. We're fortunate to have strong legislators in our delegation who have supported us in these efforts in recent years, though we've not been able to effectuate the change at the statewide level we've hoped to allow us to better design local ordinances. In the meantime, I am sorry to hear it. If there is, certainly, as you mentioned, the burglary, when there are ways that we can respond to the unsafe spillover of having that use. I know that's something that our police are very interested in, that we're interested in the board, and if there's any more we can do in following up on those specific incidences, we'd welcome the opportunity to work with you on that. Reverend Goral, thank you for coming in this morning. Thank you for sharing the experiences of your sons and putting such a personal face on a very salient issue in our community right now. We appreciate that greatly. President Spain, thank you for your comments about Plan Langston Boulevard. We really appreciated your letter, and we also received a similar one from the Alliance for Housing Solutions regarding the issue of affordability. I hope that you are in receipt in turn from us of a response, but I'll share just a couple of highlights with regard to hitting those affordability targets. That is, of course, related to density and heights on Plan Langston Boulevard as the preliminary concept plan moves forward. Conversations are continuing with staff, re-engaging with other leaders in the community about thinking where we can continue to increase building heights beyond what's shown in the preliminary concept plan as a way of getting to more housing and, wherever possible, more committed affordable housing units. So we are, between now and the release of a draft plan, hoping to be able to show opportunities for increased density. I think that is something that is weighing heavily on each of our minds when we think about the future of Langston Boulevard. Our affordable housing master plan, exactly as you said, President Spain, envisions Langston Boulevard as a key opportunity to achieve committed affordable homes north of the Orange Line corridor, probably our best opportunity to do it, and we don't want to miss that as we try to balance the many values and aspirations at play. I also appreciated your point about community engagement on Plan Langston Boulevard and trying to do that equitably. I had gotten a summary from our staff about some of the activities in which they've been engaged and want to highlight just a few. Certainly that equity lens and engagement has really been an important one for the team working on Plan Langston Boulevard. They have done focus groups and engagement events specifically at 3 affordable housing properties, the Larkspur, Calvert Manors, Lecky Gardens, to really reach people directly, quite literally where they are in their homes, so that the vision of people living in committed affordable housing, or neighbors living in affordable housing, is included within that plan. They have been walking Langston Boulevard, literally pacing the streets, passing on information in English and Spanish about how to engage. They've been meeting with residents at bus stops, doing focus groups at the Langston Brown Community Center and area playgrounds. The Spanish translation of the Plan Langston Boulevard webpage content was added online a few months ago. And in addition, they've done more than 80 personalized and individualized outreach to nonprofit and advocacy organizations, churches, legacy businesses, multifamily properties. That includes Callaway Church, Moore's Barbershop, the NAACP itself, as you know, affordable housing organizations. We often look to trusted partners to try to help us get the word out. All of that said, we know there is more that we can do. We are swimming upstream of probably many years of habits that didn't prioritize or underrepresented certain voices relative to others. And so we really welcome feedback from the NAACP, from other partner organizations about whose voices are still not being included, and advice that you have for us about how to reach them, either in terms of tactics or who the trusted partners are that we should be working towards. That is also the case for ranked choice voting. Really appreciate the point, the observation that the planned engagement may not be sufficient. President Spain really appreciated that point. I know we are all, me in particular, very excited to work with the electoral board and our registrar in getting the word out about this new system of voting, so that everyone has the opportunity to express the full range of their preferences should this pass later on the consent agenda today, and don't want to miss that opportunity. So really appreciate your exhortation and partnership on that. Mr. Busy, thank you for coming forward with thoughts about the future of Reagan National Airport. It's an interesting kind of set of long-range forecasts there. It's interesting in Arlington, even within our 26 square miles, we work with a lot of institutional partners that are bigger than us, be that the Arlington National Cemetery or, of course, the Metropolitan Washington's Airports Authority. I can tell you, being somewhat familiar with their strategic plan, they certainly don't see it as part of their long-range plan to fold those operations within Arlington. I can tell you the operations at that airport are very popular with members of Congress, for example, who are very committed to keeping that airport open. That said, there is a lot that we can do to manage its impacts, including, I really appreciate your point about perhaps the incompatibility with our carbon neutrality goals. If nothing else, we are very committed to ensuring adequate access for more low carbon ways of accessing the airport, adequate access by more low carbon means of transportation, whether that is better alignment with the metro system or looking for ways to minimize the impacts of single occupancy vehicles arriving at that airport and the impacts that can make in our neighborhood. And of course, when it comes to airport noise and the other spillover effects, our colleagues have been working really hard as part of regional work groups to address those as well. Speaking of things where we do have control, however, within our own fate, Mr. Harnick, appreciate your coming forward about Quincy Park. This is a really lovely rendering, and I think, I'm trying to hold it up, I think really shows the potential of the vision for Arlington Central Park. I think that's a vision that has a lot of enthusiasm in the community, and I would ascribe myself to it as well. I especially appreciate your point. This is not a vacant piece of land for others to speculate about uses. And so want to just say that your observation lands, that probably the best way we can make it clear that we're committed to that vision might be to move up the timing. Right now, you're right, it is in our CIP. It is about 7 years out, that master planning exercise, and appreciate your point about looking to move it up. I know we are going to blink and be at the CIP in the update in about another 18 months. But between now and then, the opportunity for us to really elevate the vision there, look for midterm improvements, et cetera, so that it doesn't become a site of speculation when actually it is a true community gem. Colleagues, other comments? I think I saw Mr. Dorsey first, then Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the summary, and I just wanted to add a couple of more bits to Ms. Negroni's concerns about the gun store, and just to make sure you understand the circumstances that we're in. In addition to the Commonwealth not at this point allowing localities to treat gun stores any differently than any other retail use. That is something that we are prohibited from doing. And, it stands as something that is a surprise to people who come from places that have greater authority to control nuisance or problematic retail establishments. It's authority that we don't have. But I do want to just note that in the Commonwealth, there have been, thankfully, some significant improvements over the last several years in overall approaches to gun safety. At one point, Virginia was at the bottom, really, of states that, with regard to their gun safety laws, we are now in the top third. There's still room to grow, and local authority would be one of them, but I did want to take note of the progress that has been made to date. And while these are issues with the General Assembly's authorities for localities, as Ms. Crystal noted, the members of our delegation, those who represent us in Arlington, I think stand as some of the most engaged people in trying to see that Virginia's restrictions are even tighter. So unfortunately, it's not authority that we have now, but I think there is momentum, and if political circumstances change, we could perhaps see greater authority in the future.
Thank you for that. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully agree with Mr. Dorsey on the issue of guns. One thing that really horrifies me, Ms. Negroni, is the issue that something like a burglary like that happened can happen. And I definitely commit to look again and double check what kind of special attention to the safety precautions that these shops have to take we can provide. This is an important part. Ms. Correll, thank you so much for your testimony. I know where it comes from. I respect that a lot. And thank you for your overall contribution and voice contribution to this conversation. To Mr. Spain, President Spain, in addition to the complete expose of all the engagement opportunities and activities right now, which will never be really enough. I just want to add to the affordable housing element. I do think that we have received significant testimony, and there is significant discussion in ongoing design shops right now that will improve the planned capacity of the corridor to provide affordable housing in the future. I just invite everybody involved to engage in these ongoing efforts. Mr. Mbesi, these are very, very interesting thoughts. I want to add two twists on that. Number one, yes, the metro connection, which we here have really pursued and tried to support and gotten done after 40 years, will balance the load of these two airports. So therefore, I think that will also improve our ability to think about decarbonization in the general setting of transportation. From the point of view of transportation, I want to note that both airports are still not connected to something that is absolutely critical for any future here, which is their connection to long-range train connections. Along the entire East Coast, 50 million people affected here. We have only two airports that I know of, maybe I missed one, BMY and Newark, that have a direct train connection. 270 million people are taking any train, local or a long haul in this region. Only 16 million are actually traveling with Amtrak. And that's a very big problem. And I think that, Chair Crystal has been working on VRE for a very long time. We are really trying to align these critical assets that will make short-haul travel, which is the most carbon, the biggest carbon sin here, obsolete in the future, and even Congress will agree with that, because it will be easier to go down to Union Station and take a train for a one-hour ride to New York City. So we are really working, and we are also planning for the future of the entire riverfront of Arlington. If you see, it is prominent in our list of planning horizon items. And that doesn't include directly the airport, but includes a conceptual understanding of how we are going to improve our, frontage to the river. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that point. And with the Long Bridge expansion on its way, we are excited. Perhaps we might even be able to prevail upon Amtrak to try out a stop or two at our Crystal City station, which is already built for VRE, to be able to make that connection, particularly paired with the multimodal bridge from downtown Crystal City to Reagan National Airport. That level of connectivity to regional rail is really well put. So thank you for raising that point.
It is even today faster, if Amtrak comes on time, to travel to New York, to New Jersey at least, than to fly.
Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Garvey, and then we'll wrap up with Mr. DeFranti.
Okay, fine. Maybe just to, I'm going to go backwards in the list and start with Mr. Harnack. Peter, I've known you for years, and I think I've been on the board long enough. This is your third pass with me on Quincy Park. Thank you. The design is great. Marymount University has got plans for a number of our parcels. There are parcels. Don't let them worry you too much. Just say that. I mean, they're partners. We're happy to talk to people, but they are our parcels, so don't feel like somebody's going to tell us what to do with our property. So thank you. And then Mr. Mbezi, and thank you for that. Actually, Amtrak is, they are building a station in Crystal City. There's going to be Amtrak and VRE, which is really exciting. We do have issues with airplane noise. And is Mr. Mbezi still here? Yeah. And we are also, I think in 50 years, I'm really hopeful we're going to have different kinds of ways to propel things. I mean, they are talking about electric airplanes. I think that doesn't work too well, but maybe hydrogen, maybe fusion. Anyway, in 50 years, hopefully we'll have a lot of changes that will make airplanes both quieter and much more carbon neutral. And then Reverend Gorel, thank you so much. I do want to just, because we talk about missing middle, we're hoping to provide a lot more that'll have more housing in the whole, which does tend to lower price, because that's how economics work. But our focus on missing middle ground right now is really more on having different forms of housing. So as you're downsizing, that you're going to be able to find a place here. So everything from a large, single-family home to being able to have a small, perhaps, apartment, and not only in the urban corridors, but elsewhere. So we're also just looking at giving flexibility, which is for everybody. And it's not just about this whole discussion gets carried away on a whole lot of different things, and people focus on what they want and what they're interested in. But it really is about providing different forms and flexibility, which we all need, because as we age and change in our lives, we have different needs for our housing. And then lastly, Ms. Negroni, thank you so much for coming in. And we've talked about the state level. I mean, it's a national, Americans are somehow, we're just mentally ill about guns. We're just crazy. We just are. And I think we'll come to our senses at some point. We all have to wonder when, but I'm sure we will at some point. So the only other thing, certainly we want to put good people in office, and anybody who wants to give to any one of the gun control groups, Moms Demand Action is a really good one. There are a lot of really good groups. So there is something that we can do individually. It's going to be incremental, but if we all keep pushing, keep speaking, keep donating to groups that fight crazy gun laws, I think we will do better. So there are a lot of different things we can do both locally and nationally. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Gorel, I just wanted to, a couple of things. One thing you said struck, change has come to every neighborhood. And I think that sometimes gets lost in the discussion. It's not whether we change, it's how we change. So that's the thoughts that come. I really appreciate everyone from Voice being here. At the broad level, this sentiment, won't you be my neighbor, which I think one of you has held up at almost every other meeting, certainly is salient as we think through the difficult issues over the next couple of months. There will be details that each of us may have slight differences on or significant differences on, but we have to move forward and not just think that we can ignore the reality that we're going to change as a community. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Well, I believe that concludes our final public comment for 2022. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning and for the range of issues you've brought to our attention. We look forward to working with you on these and others in the new year. All right, Madam Clerk, we will now move to our consent agenda. Have any items been pulled?
We do have one item that has been pulled, item number 12.
Right, okay.
which is the ordinance to abandon a portion of the original North Quincy Street.
All right. Could I, colleagues, have a motion for the approval of consent agenda minus item 12?
So moved.
All right, I'll give that to Mr. Carantonis with a second for Mr. DeFerranti. All right. Are we ready to vote on that motion? I believe so. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. We will hear that item 12, that motion to vacate, on our Tuesday agenda, no earlier than 6:30 p.m. If you wish to speak on that item, we encourage you to visit the county board's website at countyboard.arlingtonva.us and sign up in advance. We, of course, with regard to our consent items, just took quite a few actions here, dozens in fact. They're put on our consent agenda. I put them on our consent agenda because they're thought to be non-controversial. That doesn't mean they're not important. So a few minutes to call out just a couple of the noteworthy items here. First, this one is really exciting, and I know my colleagues join me along with the manager in enthusiasm for it. We have approved the grant guidelines and grant agreement form for a new historic preservation grant program. This is a new community grant program that will support community initiated or, advanced slides. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. To support community-initiated or individual projects about preserving or spotlighting Arlington's history, including our built environment as well as our heritage. We've certainly heard there's a strong desire from community entities, whether they are formally incorporated entities like the Arlington Historical Society or the Black Heritage Museum of Arlington, or even just organizations in Arlington that are stewards of historic resources, that there is a desire to partner with the county, to draw on resources from the county to help educate others about Arlington's rich history. So the program grant guidelines that we've just approved create a transparent process for doing that, right? So that these are not just idiosyncratic funding decisions, but a clearly open competitive process that invites all to join us. And in particular, it invites historic preservation projects within Arlington's historic communities of color. We're hoping that we can receive projects or proposals that demonstrate a reach to broader and more diverse audiences and really empower community members to take history into their own hands and preserve it here in our community. The program is going to support both capital projects up to $100,000 with a 100% match and non-capital projects up to $25,000 without a match that reinforce the goals of the program. Applications will be called for starting on January 17th, 2023. Secondly, after quite a few weeks of engagement, a work session that we had just week before last with our General Assembly delegation, we have approved a package that outlines our priorities for the upcoming General Assembly session. They focus on broader themes like making government more efficient and ensuring that the state fully funds its commitments to services and staffing before funding additional priorities, or certainly before using language about a surplus. We are valuing the importance of the General Assembly, as we were just actually noting in context of regulation of firearms. We know that every action really that they take has an impact on us here in Arlington. We are will be guided by this new legislative package in our engaging with the General Assembly, and we remain incredibly grateful to Arlington's hard-working delegation for getting under the hood of these priorities, better understanding them, and representing our interests. Next, a request to advertise that would amend the Arlington Code to lower speed limits to 20 miles an hour on streets within a designated school zone. This is, of course, so important to the Vision Zero conversation that we have been having about making Arlington a safer place for all users, but especially our most vulnerable users. I use that term often referring to those whose modalities make them more vulnerable, like cyclists or walkers, but there really is no population more vulnerable than our kiddos on their way to school. And there are so many benefits when our young people can walk or bike to school, but making sure that they have safe environments to do it is really a top community priority. And so we have throughout the fall actually approved section by section lower speed limits along high-speed corridors. This is about standardizing the speed limit in school areas across the county. So school areas meaning local residential streets that are within 600 feet of a school access point or a designated point of school crossing. This is just an RTA. The actual hearing would be held in January. But this is obviously a great opportunity to remind everyone that the number one contributor to serious crashes in our community is speed. So please slow down. It saves lives, especially of our young kids on their way to school. Finally, we voted to approve a development agreement for Crystal Houses. This definitely falls under the category of non-controversial and therefore on consent, but really big and really exciting. This represents a bit of a sea change in the way that Arlington has supported the development of committed affordable housing. Because it involved the acquisition of land as part of a community benefit. And now that land will be handed off in partnership through this development agreement to a collaboration of APA and EYA. This is going to support the delivery of 655 affordable homes, as well as almost 200 market rate homes. This is a huge deal in Crystal City, which we know is one of our most economic opportunity-rich areas, most transit-oriented areas. It will be an opportunity to majorly expand our affordable housing supply, and again, using a tool in partnership with as a community benefit from Amazon's site plans that we have not historically done, whereas instead we've used the AHIF, or the Affordable Housing Investment Fund. This is an all-hands-on-deck challenge, and so it's really exciting to see more tools brought to the fore. All right, many other items on that consent agenda worthy of attention, including one of importance to me, ranked choice voting, which will now go into effect as our mode of election for the June 2023 County Board primary, and a host of other exciting opportunities to move our community forward. Again, we'll hear that item, pulled item 12, on Tuesday at 6:30. We are now ready to move into our regular agenda. Ms. Jacobs, could you please call that first item for us?
Yes, items 33A through D are several items. Consideration of actions for the conservation of the Haven Apartments and development of the Boston Macy's site, including amendments to the Columbia Pike neighborhoods form-based code districts of the Arlington County zoning ordinance, certification of transfer of development rights, site plan amendment for construction of a residential dwelling building with retail and also zoning ordinance modifications and an ordinance of encroachment.
Whew, that's a mouthful. Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, I'm going to turn it to you to introduce the extensive staff team that's been working on this project.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. With us this morning for the presentation are Matt Matuzik and Courtney Badger from CPHD, joined by Dennis Sellen from DES. And I'll turn it over to, I think, Mr. Matuzik. We're going to go with Courtney. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm going to share my screen here, so I'm going to pause while I do that. Okay. So good morning, Chair and County Board members. I'm Courtney Badger with the county's Planning Division. And today you'll be hearing a package of 6 items related to the Haven Apartments and the Boston Macy's project. The items will be presented in the sequential order necessary to facilitate all components of the package. My colleague Matt Matuzik will be presenting on the Haven items, including a neighborhoods form-based code amendment, a use permit, and the certification of transferable density. Then I will present on the Boston Macy's items, including the transfer of development rights, site plan amendment, and encroachment. With that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, I'm Matt Matuzik with the Planning Division. I'm going to cover the 3 items involving the Haven Apartments near Columbia Pike before handing it back to Ms. Badger to present the Boston Macy's requested items. Next slide. By way of introduction, the Haven Apartments are located within the western end of Columbia Pike corridor, specifically within the Arlington Mill neighborhood. While the site's eastern edge borders with several private properties, the Haven Apartments also share frontage with multiple public right-of-ways, including 7th Road South, South Florida Street, and 8th Road South. Next slide. Due to the site's location, it's important to also provide some broader context for the adopted policy in this area, as several earlier planning efforts helped achieve a cohesive vision for the Columbia Pike corridor. As an outcome of those earlier initiatives, the corridor's vision continues to be implemented through 2 distinct form-based codes, whose boundaries are depicted on this slide. You can see on this graphic the smaller geography of the commercial form-based code, which was adopted back in 2003, and which generally applies to the commercial nodes existing between the residential areas. The Haven Apartments are subject to the neighborhoods form-based code, which was adopted in 2013, and generally applies to the multifamily sections of the corridor, and the next several slides will focus on key requirements in that code as they apply to the Haven Apartments. Next slide. One of the key regulatory elements found in the neighborhoods form-based code is the regulating plan. comprised of a series of maps expressing the vision for each property eligible to be redeveloped in this district. Western sub-area, as depicted on this slide, represents the code's vision for Arlington Mill and Columbia Forest neighborhoods and borders the commercial form-based code on its east and west edges, shown here in the peach color along Columbia Pike. On this map, properties are also designated by one of 4 distinct frontage types grouped under the code's building envelope standards, each depicted through a solid fill color on the public streets surrounding the property. The Haven Apartments specifically are guided by the urban residential and townhouse small apartment frontage types. Those are the orange and blue colors, which permit a residential form of development ranging from 3 to 6 stories in height. I'd also like to point out the pedestrian pathway that is depicted in the green line running north-south throughout this western part of Columbia Pike across multiple properties. It represents a long-term vision for publicly accessible connection delivered incrementally once multiple sites in this neighborhood redevelop using the neighborhood's form-based code. Next slide. While the regulating plan primarily focuses on redevelopment opportunities, it also captures areas where preservation was envisioned, helping implement earlier planning work captured in the 2012 Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Area Plan. This exhibit focuses on the Fillmore Garden Apartments and the Barcroft Apartments, both of which represent the form-based code's conservation areas, properties which include historically significant buildings, provide affordable housing, and offer considerable open space and tree canopy. To help preserve these important resources, conservation areas are also eligible to become sending sites for purposes of utilizing the transfer of development rights by sending density to another site along Columbia Pike or elsewhere in the county in exchange for preservation and site improvements. As you're aware, one of the applicant's requests was to convert the current designation of the Haven Apartments from one that prescribed redevelopment to one which instead signaled preservation by establishing this property as a conservation area within the neighborhood's form-based code. While the Haven Apartments are much smaller in size compared to the Barcroft and Fillmore Garden Apartments, they do share several characteristics which I would like to summarize next. Next slide. Staff's analysis of this request considered several defining characteristics of the existing 2 conservation areas and assessed the degree to which they were also present on the Haven Apartments. Considering that age of construction, architectural style, site layout, tree canopy, and presence of a market rate affordable housing, the Haven Apartments were found to be of similar character as Barcroft and Fillmore Garden Apartments. Next slide. As a result, staff recommends that the regulating plan for the western sub-area where the subject site is located be changed from the existing version you see here on the left to the proposed version you see on the right. This involves removing redevelopment potential that was depicted on the surrounding streets and incorporating the preservation color onto the private property as currently shown on the 2 conservation areas. The change will continue to depict the pedestrian pathway on the map as the applicant has committed to installing a significant portion of this connection. Additionally, a new alley is introduced at the rear of the adjacent property to ensure proper access can still be achieved if that site were to redevelop under the neighborhood's form-based code. Next slide. While much of the changes to the neighborhood's form-based code are captured in the regulating plan document, some additional updates are also warranted in Part 7 of the code. This is where specific guidance exists for conservation areas and where staff believes additional clarity could be provided in terms of the process involved in preserving these sites. We would also use this opportunity to introduce the Haven Apartments to the list of conservation areas where Barcroft and Fillmore Garden Apartments already exist. Next slide. Separate from the neighborhood's form-based code amendment we just outlined, I wanted to quickly touch on the associated actions in front of you this morning. These include a use permit request for the actual preservation of the Haven Apartments, consistent with the requirements of the neighborhood's form-based code. This report, along with its condition language, helped memorialize the conservation area by establishing consistency with the code's conservation area standards and specifically documenting the committed affordable housing agreement for the 118 units on site, recordation into the county's land records of a historic preservation easement of the entire property, and documentation of necessary improvements to the existing buildings and overall site consistent with the neighborhood's form-based code. I will note that while today's estimate value of these improvements is approximately $2.8 million, the conditions associated with this use permit focus on the scope and improvements as well as their schedule of delivery. The applicant would be obligated to complete these improvements even if the cost estimate were to increase in the future. Next slide. Finally, as we wrap up the actions involving the Haven Apartments, the total amount of density that this new conservation area could send needs to be certified through county board approval. This step allows for an opportunity to highlight current transfer development right policies, both found countywide and those within the existing neighborhoods form-based code. We previously mentioned the purposes of the TDR in this instance, but it's also important to highlight the density multipliers that were included in the neighborhoods form-based code to help initiate and implement these transactions which typically were expected to occur among different property owners. Since the density is proposed to be transferred away from Columbia Pike, the applicant would use a multiplier of 2 applied to the 118 units at the Haven site, resulting in 236 units that can be sent to the Boston Macy's site. As a comparison, had the applicant proposed to send these units to a site along Columbia Pike, where bonus height provisions exist within the neighborhood's form-based code, up to 354 units could be eligible for certification using the higher density multiplier. The details of the certification are summarized in the resolution attached to our staff report. With that, I will hand things back to Ms. Badger.
Thanks, Matt. We're going to be switching over to the Boston Macy's site now. The subject site is located on the triangular block in Ballston. It's within site plan number 193, which encompasses the totality of the block. The site is currently consists of the Macy's department store with above floors of vacant office space. And the site is bounded on the eastern side by Ballston Quarter and on the west by a private internal street that runs between the existing Macy's building and the Point Office building. The site has a general land use plan designation of medium office apartment hotel, and it's within the CO 2.5 zoning district. The site is also within the Ballston sector plan, and there are 2 past county board approvals in 2015 and 16 that approved additional density and building changes to this property that were never realized. The applicant is proposing to transfer the 236 residential units of density that would be certified on the Haven site that Matt just discussed to the Ballston Macy's site to facilitate the development of their new 16-story mixed-use residential building. Their proposal includes 553 residential units, 12 of which would be committed affordable units, and approximately 43,000 square feet of retail divided between a grocery anchor and a smaller retail space at the ground floor. They are proposing to expand an existing below-grade parking to support the residential portion of the project at a parking ratio of 0.45 space per unit ratio, and to construct 1 level of above-grade parking at the second floor at a ratio of 1 space per 435 square feet of retail GFA. They are also requesting modifications to the zoning ordinance for additional density, reduced parking and loading, and to exclude air shafts and below-grade mechanical equipment from the density calculations. As a part of the redevelopment, they're also requesting an encroachment for an underground transformer vault into a public access easement. In the course of our review, staff analyzed this project for compliance with a variety of county goals and policies outlined in the documents included here. And I'm going to focus on some key areas that we honed in on. Early in the review process, staff in the SPRC identified a handful of things ranging from site design, connection with the adjacent Ballston Quarter, and transportation that we wanted to study further. The applicant has worked closely with staff over the past year to resolve any areas of concern and get to a place where staff can support this project. So for the next handful of slides, I'm going to walk through what originally was proposed and where we are now. So starting off with site design, we spent a long time focused on the ground floor, how it impacts the public realm, and how pedestrians circulate the site. The original submittal on the left originally had all the quote-unquote back-of-house uses pushed towards Glebe Road. And the location of the loading dock entry was at the middle of the frontage. That, combined with above-ground transformers on the corner, didn't allow retail or pedestrian activation along Glebe. The revised plan that's before you today provides an improvement to the uses along Glebe Road. It undergrounds the mechanical equipment, it adds retail space, it moved the loading dock entry location, and the applicant has also increased the number of entrances to the grocery store along Wilson Boulevard and included a connection point to Ballston Quarter. The changes to the ground floor design allowed for a vastly improved Glebe Road frontage with the inclusion of retail and retail equivalent uses, greater transparency at 60% along Glebe Road, which is higher than what's called for in our retail action plan. It has now a continuous pedestrian zone without the disruption of a loading dock mid-block. There's greater architectural interest and an improved streetscape than what's there today by the removal of a lay-by lane on Glebe. Another issue that was identified at the beginning of the project was the connection or lack of connection to Ballston Quarter. Originally, the applicant was not proposing a ground floor connection to the grocery store. On the left, you can see an interim connection that was presented to staff, and on the right is the revised condition that's before you today. This connection will be constructed with knockout panels to allow for future windows and transparency, and has been conditioned to allow flexibility to have an even larger physical connection in the grocery store in the future with coordination with Brookfield, the owner of Ballston Quarter. So the final topic I'll touch on is transportation. There are 4 areas that staff really focused their transportation review on. First was the left turn lane from Glebe onto the private street. There originally were some concerns about the addition of a turning movement and the length of the left turn pocket that was requested by the applicant, and concerns that might not be sufficient enough. The applicant, upon staff's request, studied this intensely and submitted a lengthy 63-page technical memo in response, which is available on our public webpage. And it provided sufficient analysis to demonstrate that the queuing and the traffic would not reach unacceptable levels during peak hours. In addition, associated with that, staff really challenged the applicant to look at pedestrian safety at this intersection. The applicant is now proposing to implement a series of mitigation measures, including having leading pedestrian intervals, which would allow pedestrians to utilize the crosswalk prior to a vehicle's traffic light turning green. There will be no turn on red from the private street onto Glebe, no left turns out of the private street. The left turn that they will be introducing will be protected left turn, meaning you can only turn when you have a green arrow. They're studying the feasibility of adding a nose to the southern median of the intersection, and the applicant has agreed to a condition that would assess and monitor the safety after the project was constructed and implement any mitigation measures as deemed necessary by the county. The third thing we looked at is the location of the parking garage entrance for the retail parking. There were some concerns about the proximity to that entrance to the intersection. The applicant has since shifted the location to give more distance, and they have set the garage gate back farther into the garage to eliminate or to help mitigate queuing on the private street. Finally, I touched on this earlier, the location of the loading dock entry was moved to allow for a better pedestrian experience and better turning movements for the trucks. The applicant has agreed to have a loading dock master on the site during all delivery times. The loading condition language also includes a monitoring component that would allow staff to have the ability to require additional safety measures as needed. Finally, there are limits on peak hour loading. And I'll just pause here to note that the applicant has agreed to all the language in the loading condition, including the loading hours. The applicant is requesting additional density to be earned through the transfer of development rights that was discussed earlier, and also compliance with the Green Building Incentive Program at the 0.35 FAR level, and by providing 1 2-bedroom CAF at 60% AMI on-site in the Ballston property. The applicant is also providing an additional 11 CAFs on site at 80% AMI. However, those CAFs are not a part of the package to earn the additional density. They are above and beyond that. They are conditioned as part of the project. Both aspects of this project went through a significant public review process that spanned the better part of the year, including going to Transportation, Planning, and Housing Commission earlier this month. This project on a whole is fulfilling a wide range of county goals and objectives, including creating 118 CAF units, preserving notable historic buildings, and making improvements to the Haven Apartments, totaling approximately $2.8 million in renovations, creating, maintaining, and granting public access for a pedestrian pathway on the Haven site, providing 12 CAF units in Ballston, achieving affordable housing master plan goal of having a more affordable housing, especially near transit, committing to the Green Building Incentive Policy, which advances the goals of the Community Energy Plan, providing an improved streetscape along Glebe Road where one does not exist today, redeveloping aged retail and vacant office space, providing a grocery store in Ballston, which is identified as an important amenity in the county's retail plan, and finally, creating new housing units in Ballston. Staff recommends adoption and approval of all the items listed on the screen here. And that concludes staff presentation. When we get to it, we have myself, Matt Matuzek, to help answer questions as well as DES, Historic Preservation and Housing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ms. Badger. And thank you too, Mr. Matuzek, for that presentation. I think we are going to go next to the applicant. I believe we'll start with Mr. Painter.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very
Welcome.
much, Madam Chair. And Madam Clerk, if I may share my screen. Hopefully it comes up. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair Crystal and County Board members. My name is Andrew Painter with the law firm of Walsh Colucci, speaking today on behalf of the applicant in the case, which is Insight Property Group. Joining me at the table is Dan Van Pelt, who is our traffic consultant. You know, it's as well as Sarah Davidson and Trent Smith with Insight Property Group, and then Lauren Riley with Walsh Colucci as well. And our entire consultant team is available virtually for questions. I did want to, I guess this is where my mind was going initially. I did want to express my sincere appreciation to staff for its hard work on this. Mr. Matuzek, Ms. Badger, Mr. Sellon, all of them. This process and this project looks vastly different from where it was a year ago. There has been tremendous staff review, analysis, the SPRC process, community input. It has made the project better. And before delving into some of the project specifics, I did just want to sort of step back and just sort of focus on the word balance for just a second. Many of you all know that the Parkington Shopping Center opened in 1951. It was the first suburban shopping center in Northern Virginia. It included a Hecht's department store, which was converted into a Macy's back in 2006. And if you go out there today, you walk the site, it's not an altogether pleasant experience. There's areas that are devoid of trees. There's no streetscape activation. There are pinch points on the sidewalks. And thanks to the actions that this board has taken, things are changing. There are now multifamily units on the south side of Glebe Road. There's a burgeoning restaurant scene on Wilson Boulevard. But there's little interaction between those 2 points due to the lack of porosity, largely owing to the triangular-shaped mega block that's formed by Wilson, North Randolph, and Glebe Road. And that limits that porosity between blocks, and I think is something that is needed in order to stitch together a complete community. The Macy's building, even though it was once considered innovative when it opened up 71 years ago, it now sits counter to many of the more recent planning precepts that have contributed to Boston's rejuvenation. So that's how we approached the site initially from our design. We saw there was a lot of design challenges, a lot of opportunity, but a lot of design responsibility as well. Just to focus on the economic development aspect of this for a moment. While it is next to impossible to secure a replacement large format retail tenant to fill the Macy's space in today's environment, Insight has managed to secure a national credit urban-based grocery store for this location. I think that's a positive thing. Insight has actually been working the last 9 years with this grocer to find a location in Boston that works. The grocer's actually been looking longer than that as well. But we are pleased to say that there is a fully signed 20-year lease. They are very excited about coming to this site. And as Ms. Badger said, from a planning perspective, grocers are considered an important amenity under the Arlington Retail Plan. They're highlighted in the Boston Sector Plan. And the proposed multifamily building above the grocer will help fulfill the sector plan's goal of having a mix of uses to help drive the demand for retail, not only in Boston Quarter, but the retail and the restaurants in the neighborhood in the immediate vicinity. So we are very excited about this opportunity. Ms. Badger mentioned that after several discussions with the mall owner and with staff, we think that we have found a way to create a meaningful placemaking ground floor connection between the mall and the grocery store. The entrance to the grocer will have specialty lighting, sort of warm materials, plants, seating, that sort of thing. And then we've had discussions with the mall owner for the space above. We have agreed to commission a piece of art. It's not counted towards our community benefits, but a piece of art that is going to serve as an artistic counterpoint to what's known as the Boston chandelier that's on the eastern end of the mall. Of chief concern throughout this process, we heard a consistent refrain that this project should do whatever it can, however it can, to stitch together both sides of North Glebe Road, not have that road act as purely a sewer for cars and a physical barrier. Fundamentally, I think we all know that we cannot narrow Glebe Road, but what we can do is to give people a reason to actually want to cross Glebe, and if they choose to do so in as safe a manner as possible. So what does that mean from a land use perspective? Well, it means introducing a viable grocery store use. We've relocated all of our building transformers to below-grade vaults. We are introducing new retail space at the corner of the alley and the 7th Street intersection that will then provide retail uses at both ends of the alley to serve as bookends and as a counterpoint to what exists on the other 3 corners of the Glebe 7th Street north intersection. From a transportation perspective, it includes things like eliminating pinch points around the site, providing more generous sidewalks and shade opportunities, signal modifications, and intersection improvements. This is a view of the corner retail space with the alley, with the woman crossing the crosswalk there. The alley sort of, you can see a teaser of it over there to the left. There's been a lot of dialogue regarding the left turn lane. We readily acknowledge that the single thing that the Transportation Commission did not support is actually the one thing that we met with staff on 2 years ago. And just to pause for a second, I think the grocer has been very candid and has shown a lot of flexibility during this process. But in order to get the Macy's site to work for its business, they expressed a desire to us to have a left turn into the site from North Glebe. This grocer has decades of experience in urban grocery stores. They have about 500 of them throughout the country, including in Manhattan and Chicago and DC. But their design comments to us were purely based upon lessons that they have learned operating their stores, their desires which we think would be shared by any large format retailer that would want to locate here. Clearly in Ballston, they want to be able to capture urban foot traffic, which they will do, but they also acknowledge the unique nature of grocery store items are not as easily transportable via transit or just walking. And so we have worked to find ways to accommodate them. But as staff has reminded us multiple times, it doesn't mean that this should be a one-way dialogue. A balance just simply has to be achieved that addresses the grocery store's desires while protecting the community's planning expectations and striking that balance outcome. And so we think that we have done that. It can't just be a left turn lane. So in coordination with DES staff, as Ms. Badger mentioned, the agreed upon final design includes a series of pedestrian modification or safety modifications to this intersection, retention of a pedestrian refuge, no right on red, intersection restrictions, instituting a protected left turn only lane, having leading pedestrian intervals to allow pedestrians to enter the intersection prior to cars, and more. But these enhancements will make it a much safer pedestrian crossing, irrespective of whether this project gets approved. Stitching together a complete community in Ballston also means upgrading the existing private alley, which slices through the block, and I think converting its typology to one that is more attractive, a more gracious, safer experience while still serving as the workhorse for this building. We are proposing to enhance the space by creating a curbless environment that is punctuated by lighted bollards and planters, green wall plantings, seating areas, 6-foot wide sidewalks on both sides, removing the arcades. We have purposely designed this alley to reduce the potential for cut-through traffic and speeding. This is done through things like pavers, which provide audible cues, and signage and bollards, which visually narrow the dimension of the space. And we did study a series of similar conditions, including down at the wharf, where this works. It can be done very safely, and it will work here. So we're very proud of that. As Ms. Badger mentioned, housing affordability is figured prominently into our overall approach. We have a $1.5 million contribution to AHIF. We are preserving the 118 units at the Haven, which meets the county's stated goal of preserving 100% of the estimated 6,200 units on the Columbia Pike corridor that are currently affordable. And then we also have the additional commitment for CAFs at Macy's. Another way that this project is sort of innovative is actually using for the very first time the Columbia Pike TDR policy. As board members know, this concept followed an effort by the county to incentivize developers and builders to come to the table with non-monetary tools to generate affordable housing and voluntarily protect some of these units. So this is the first time this has been attempted, and we're very proud of that. And coupled with the TDRs is a commitment to permanently preserve the Haven Apartments, which is listed on the HRI. Won't spend too much time on building sustainability, but we are LEED Gold. We're at the 0.35 level. We have on-site solar, 10% EV chargers, 50% EV infrastructure ready, and more. In terms of our landscaping approach, we are very excited about the improvements to the ground plane and other landscaping. This is inextricably linked to the building's architecture, its amenities, the overall ambiance of the project. All plantings on the roof levels will include irrigation. They will be professionally maintained by building management. There is a substantial reduction in imperviousness, and we have increased our planting areas on all levels as well. But we really focused on that ground plane experience and the views. And all of the items that you're seeing in our renderings, they will be maintained by building management. It's not just something that we're showing up for pretty pictures. So in closing, Madam Chair, I would just underscore that we have made several changes over the past 2 years. And I think in the final analysis, planning, at least when I was in planning school, it's all about balance. This site is perhaps the most urban in all of Boston. We think it deserves to be treated with creativity, something that is economically feasible and satisfies the county's goals, even with an amazing site. I think we have to be flexible and strike a balance in unlocking its potential. We've shown our ability to partner with our neighbors in both the alley and the mall, the ability to leverage the relationship with the grocery store to preserve historic buildings, to bring affordable housing to this site and preserve it elsewhere, and to satisfy many of the county's planning goals. So we're proud of staff's recommendations, proud to have the Planning Commission's recommendations, and we would appreciate your favorable consideration as well. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate the presentation, and please do stay close by in the event we have questions. I know we are joined by at least one of our commissioners. Commissioner Bagley, thank you for representing the PC this morning. We'd love to turn it over to you for thoughts from your own deliberations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, board members. It's nice to see you again. Yes, the Planning Commission heard this on December 5th, and we did not hear the encroachment. So what we did talk about was, first, we did receive a report from C2E2 that felt that the project meets the goals of the GBIP. However, that does not meet the Commission's energy targets, and they spelled out, which is in your report, the things that they would like to see. Commissioner Lantalmi provided a report, Transportation Commission, which voted to defer the project, mostly because of the 7th Street intersection and the left turn. And they were looking to make that area a little bit more pedestrian friendly. Commissioner Hughes pointed out in a written report about the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group. They had 3-meeting long discussion. The applicant made several changes to the proposal, and AWG provided a lukewarm support for the Haven proposal conditioned on there being workforce housing provided at the Macy site. And I do have additional written comments from Commissioner Hughes if you need them. Commissioner Lantalmi, who chaired the SPRC process, talked about the various things that were discussed in that, and which led us to our discussion on the commission, which basically concentrated on site access and transportation, which was probably the largest conversation, open space, architecture, construction issues, and community benefits. Obviously, the biggest one was the transportation. There were several questions about the site access, especially the left turn. Staff did respond to those, as did the applicant. There were several things brought up also about that alley, the private street there, and those were also answered. There were a lot of things about the bollards. Also, we were asked about, because there's a few things that were out of order here, pedestrian accessibility, crossing at Glebe should also be improved so it's not hazardous for the folks coming from South Glebe. So basically, we also discussed a little bit about the, Commissioner Schroll wanted to know about the second-story garage parking and the wrap and the look. That was also discussed. Commissioner Guerin asked about green roof plantings. That was discussed. Commissioner Steinberger asked for a visual along the green wall on the alley. We wanted some clarification on what workforce housing was. They wanted to make sure, Commissioner Weir wanted to make sure the project would not end up looking like a box store. Commissioner Patel was concerned that there was not enough affordable housing on the Ballston site, given the neighborhood. And Commissioner Steinberger chimed back in with that. Commissioner Hughes again added that the host civic association for the Haven is not supportive of the project, but did recognize that the developer went above and beyond what the requirement was for affordable housing. Commissioner Lantelmi mentioned that there's an unintended consequence of the TDR program to lock in place the socioeconomic and racial status along the Pike, which is therefore, he felt, exacerbating the disparity between Ballston and the Pike, and that we should continue to study this from an equity standpoint. In the end, for items A, B, and C on your report, we motioned, and the motion carried 7-3 with, or 7-0 with 3 abstentions. Abstentions were related to the affordable housing on the Macy site. For items D and E, the motion was made, and then Commissioner Lantelmi introduced a motion to amend it, which in essence talked about to come up with solutions for the 7th Street and Glebe Road intersection, as well as other pedestrian-oriented things. That motion, the amended motion, carried 8-0 with 2 abstentions, and then the main motion, as amended, carried 7-0 with 3 abstentions. Commissioner Lantelmi then moved that CPHD work plan for updating the Ballston sector plan to address the growing Glebe Road divide between eastern and western sides. That motion failed 3-6 with 1 abstention. So that was our report. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Very much. You know, that has been an ongoing source of conversation. Whither the future of the Ballston sector plan. Thank you so much, Commissioner Beckley. We're glad to have you, and thank you for that report about the conversation. I know that we've had detailed thoughts from both the Housing Commission and Transportation Commission in writing. Is Chair Berkey or Chairman Slatt with us virtually, or both?
They're both on.
Both here.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen. Chair Berkey, let's start with you from the Housing Commission.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair. Remiss I can't be there in person, but good morning to everyone. I just would like to thank the applicant and our county staff for working so hard on this proposal. I would agree with the sentiment that I think this public process really has benefited the proposal, as well as our SPRC and Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group efforts. So on December 8th, the Housing Commission voted 10-1 to recommend that the county board adopt the proposal as is. There were a few items of discussion that I'd like to highlight that do track with the Planning Commission's conversations. There was discussions about the use of the TDR, the retention of existing Haven residents, possible displacement concerns, and then also the use of this policy, which would obviously convert these units at the Haven into CAFs, and kind of the merits of that. So obviously this proposal would preserve 118 existing units at the Haven at 60% area median income. As staff indicated, this preservation of these market rate affordable units is an integral part of our 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan. And this also does appear to be consistent, at least in principle, with our form-based code conservation areas. And of course, there's a proposal to make modifications today. So some of the items that Commissioner Bagley was speaking of at the Planning Commission also came up at the Housing Commission with regards to the use of this TDR and how we'll be preserving units on Columbia Pike. I think it's worth noting that both staff did indicate, and I agree with the sentiment, that because of the complex nature of a TDR, the fact that this policy has been in place for some time, and this is now the first time that we're seeing it implemented, it does seem fairly unlikely that we're going to see too many of these proposals, just given how difficult it is to put these parcels together. That being said, there was a discussion as to the merits of the TDR essentially locking in units in place, market rate units, as committed affordable ones on the western end of Columbia Pike. And there was some concern about that. And that was the reason that we did have one commissioner vote against the proposal. I would say just personally, this is an interesting moment coming full circle, having joined the Housing Commission several years ago and being concerned about placement of affordable housing throughout our county and really having a lot of the same concerns as Commissioner Lentelme of the Planning Commission. But as the Affordable Housing Master Plan clearly indicates, there is a strong priority for preserving existing affordable units. And that's what this proposal would do. We would enable folks to try to stay where they're at. And that's a key part of the plan. And that's why I support this proposal. A few more things. There was a lot of appreciation at the Housing Commission for the applicant adding these 11 additional on-site affordable units, which are not required under this proposal. The Commission also voted to encourage the applicant to add any additional affordable units if possible. Really, a lot of our discussion really was the merits of not having maybe as many potential on-site affordable units in Ballston compared to the fact that we're getting 118 units now committed for 30 years at that 60% AMI level, which is huge. I think that's it. I want to speak to the last concern, which was whenever the county does make these deals, and we are converting market rate affordable units into committed affordable units, and it's very disruptive. Change is difficult, and it certainly is difficult for existing residents. And a lot of the discussion at the Commission was essentially that the county does have some track record in deals like this. I'm thinking of Fisher House and Westover many years ago now at this point. Obviously, there's a lot of ongoing work at Barcroft Apartments in that transition. And so there was, I wouldn't say it was necessarily a majority, but there was a strong sentiment that our county staff does a really good job working with our developer partners to manage these situations, because we will have some folks who are not necessarily at that 60% AMI level. We will have some folks who are above that 60% AMI level. And so I'm confident that our county staff has a really good track record of working with folks to make sure that nobody gets displaced. Just final word, this is my last presentation as chair of the Housing Commission, and I just want to express a public sense of thanks to all of you, our county board members, for being really supportive of the Housing Commission's work over these last 3 years I've been chair, and just generally of our housing programs. It's really incredible to live here and have such supportive and thoughtful public officials. But my real big thank you is to our staff. We have incredible housing and planning staff led by Ann Venezia, our housing director. And when I speak to colleagues throughout the region, they always tell me, you guys have the best housing and planning staff. And so my request to the board always is to make sure that it stays that way. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair Berkey. Appreciate that enormously. All right, Chairman Slatt, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much, Chair Crystal and other members of the board, for the opportunity to present the Transportation Commission's recommendation. I'm Chris Slatt, chair of the commission. At our December 1st meeting, the commission voted 10-0 to recommend that the county board defer action on the proposed site plan, pending additional improvements to pedestrian safety and access, particularly the crossing of Glebe Road at 7th Street. While largely in favor of this development, which will bring an additional grocer and hundreds of new homes to a transit-rich and walkable area of Arlington, the commission cannot recommend approval given the development's plans to add an additional lane to Glebe Road. The commission feels strongly that Glebe Road through Ballston needs to be less car-focused, not more car-focused. The addition of 75 new lane feet of asphalt to a road that is already too wide, too fast, too busy, and largely pedestrian hostile is not acceptable or consistent with Vision Zero. In the meeting, the intersection of Glebe and 7th was described by one Ballston resident as, quote, the only remaining safe place to cross Glebe. This status would be irrevocably harmed by the new turning movements at this location. The commission notes that many of the pedestrian safety improvements the applicant is claiming credit for, such as implementing leading pedestrian interval or restricting right turns on red at the intersection, are operational choices the county could implement at this intersection today and need not be linked to redevelopment. We also note that this new turn lane would be replacing existing pervious surface, a grassy median, with impervious surface or more asphalt. The applicant states that this left turn is critically important competitive advantage for the grocer, but the applicant's own trip generation modeling casts serious doubt on that claim in the eyes of the Commission. The multimodal transportation analysis for this project expects 19 cars to turn left using this turn lane to access the grocer during the busiest hour of the entire week, which is the Saturday peak hour. And that same Saturday peak hour, 107 people are expected to walk to the grocer, 15 people are expected to bike to the grocer, 31 people are expected to take transit to the grocer, and 44 cars are expected to access the grocer via other entrances to the site. That makes the left turn accountable for just 8% of customers during the peak hour of the entire week. Given that some percentage of those 19 customers would likely remain customers and simply arrive in a different manner, and that having an unsafe pedestrian experience would even potentially cause a loss of customers walking to the site, with pedestrians being the greatest percentage of people arriving at the site in the first place. The Commission feels that accommodating this vehicle movement is simply not necessary, especially given the additional safety exposure for those walking. At the end of the day, does Glebe Road need more car infrastructure or more walking, biking, and transit infrastructure? The Commission believes that this plan moves us toward a more car-centric Ballston at the expense of a safe, comfortable, and direct pedestrian experience. While we're very pleased with the progress the applicant has made in addressing sustainable access and safety on this site, the Commission can't recommend approval based on effort or progress, but only on achieving a safe and accessible site that moves us forward on our climate and Vision Zero goals. We don't believe this site has gotten there yet. While we don't expect any project to be perfect, we do expect projects will not degrade safety. We currently believe this project would do that. And I will remain here if there are any questions, but thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. We appreciate that and appreciate your willingness to stay by for a future conversation about it. I believe that's it for our commission presentations. Is that right, Ms. Jacobs? Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 3 public speakers. Our first speaker is John Musso, followed by Adam Theo.
Good morning, Mr. Musso. I think virtually, right?
Good morning. Hello. Members of the County Board and Madam Chair, I'm John Musso, the Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and I just want to say a few brief words in support of this project. Obviously, this has been the product of a very long process, and I just want to thank the county staff in terms of working with this. But we believe that this project is going to be a major step in increasing the vibrancy of Central Boston. Not only with the addition of 553 new units into the heart of this neighborhood, which really is a major move towards the sort of transit-oriented development that really is kind of the hallmark of the Roslyn-Ballston corridor, in terms of the access to transit and access to this pedestrian oriented area. Not only is that going to be an element of this project, but you also have the addition of both a grocery store and all this new vibrant retail space to Wilson Boulevard, to Glebe, and to this commercial core that's going to complement and connect with Boston Quarter. The Chamber believes that this sort of project is going to be a huge benefit to pedestrians in Boston, to potential residents in Boston, and anyone who comes to live, work, or visit in this area. And we believe that it's already a vibrant area, but it still has room for growth. And the Chamber believes that this project is the sort that is going to help live up to Boston's potential. And for that reason, we hope that the board does adopt this project and go forward with it. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Musso.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Bernard Byrne.
Good morning, Mr. Theo.
Good morning. I'm Adam Theo, Vice President of the Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association, although I'm here in the capacity of just personal opinion on this. I really like how this project has evolved since it was first being tracked more than a year ago now by our Civic Association, by myself. I really like that the loading dock has been relocated from mid-block to the corner. I think that will greatly improve things. I'm also thrilled about the density and the height and getting 500 units of housing out of this. I do wish that there was more committed affordable housing, but I understand because of the situations, there's a limited amount the county can do, and what the developer is proposing is above and beyond what they normally would be able to, or what they normally would anyway. So all things considered, still happy, except for one thing. And this is still pretty close to a deal breaker for me, and that is the transportation and access aspect. As the Transportation Committee just, I guess, voted to recommend not pursuing this further, I have to sort of second that. It's still my biggest concern of that left turn lane and pedestrian access to the site from all directions, and the fact that Glebe is just an absolutely horrendous road to cross for pedestrians and cyclists. So unfortunately, that is still my biggest concern, and it's pretty close to a deal breaker as far as I'm personally concerned. I'm hoping that the county board sees that same way. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Theo.
Oops. All righty, our next speaker is Bernard Byrne.
Good morning, Mr. Byrne.
Good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of the Buckingham Community Civic Association, of which I am president. I ask you to not approve the Macy's project at this time. After hearing a presentation by the applicant, the association unanimously approved the following resolution. Whereas the proposed new building at the Boston Macy's site will have a larger footprint than does the existing building. Whereas the reduction in open space available at ground level has left little space available for plantings of trees, shrubs, perennials, and ground covers that pedestrians, grocery stores, and others can enjoy when visiting or passing the site. And whereas the reduced ground level open space will produce little habitat for pollinators and will not meet the goals of the County Board's 26 Monarch Pledge or the 2019 Biophilic City Resolution. Be it therefore resolved that the Arlington County Board require the applicant to reduce the footprint of the building or make other changes to the site plan that will increase the space available for plantings of trees, shrubs, perennials, and ground covers within the sidewalks and private streets that border the building. Explanation. The applicant can reduce the building's footprint by setting back the building's ground floor. A developer has already done this when preserving a historic burial ground at the Central United Methodist Church on Fairfax Drive in Boston. Another developer has done this at Wendy's site in Courthouse to increase the size of a public space near the entrance to the site's building. This small change will have little impact on the size of that new building, the grocery store, or the Macy's project as a whole. The applicant really needs to consider this. It hasn't yet. The setback would create space available for plantings near the curbs of Wilson Boulevard and Glebe Road, as well as near the traffic lanes of the private street. Pedestrians could walk through the setbacks, which the buildings would overhang. These overhangs would shelter the pedestrians during the inclement weather. On all sides, the width of the pedestrian space would remain the same. There's no reason this can't be done. Please consider the above when discussing this project. In addition, my personal comments. I note the following deficiencies of the report. As the Transportation Commission has noted, the project will add a left turn lane to southbound Glebe Road. This will reduce the Glebe Road Glebe Road's the width of Glebe Road's median. Pedestrians crossing Glebe Road will have cross an additional traffic lane. This cross will become much more unsafe than people are talking about because drivers will be speeding so they can turn left before the traffic light changes to red. This is one of the major reasons for traffic fatalities in Arlington and everywhere else. The applicant has stated that the grocery store claims that the store cannot succeed without a new turn lane, the left turn lane. This is simply not correct. Several alternative routes, including along Randolph Street, can permit voters to access the store from all directions. The board should never allow a private business to decrease safety on a busy public street for its own benefit. Regarding the Haven, The TDR will displace within 3 years all Haven tenants whose incomes exceed the upper limit that CAF units require. No matter what they say, this is going to happen. These are about 30 to 50% of the residents as reported by the applicant. The TDR should require that the building remain accessible and affordable to all as marks, as they are now. The county has a shortage of market rate affordable housing. Conversion to CAS makes absolutely no sense. This conversion also lacks equity, as will perpetuate the excess of low-income housing near Columbia Pike, rather than dispersing it throughout the county. It's absurd. The DHLRB did not endorse the TDR and the preservation of easement for the Haven, despite the applicant's requests and staff support. The easement gives large tax benefits to the applicant. However, HLRB members stated that the historic resources inventory does not classify the Haven as either essential or important. There are many other buildings in that notable category that is. Members further stated that the county contains many similar garden apartments from the same time period. They also noted that the Macy's project will demolish the last remnant of the parking and shopping center, which is also on the inventory. This demolition offsets any benefit that the county may gain from the Haven's preservation easement. It's important to recognize that your own guidelines for TDRs strongly discourage a TDR when a project will demolish a property on the receiving site that is on the inventory.
Thanks so much, Mr. Byrne. We appreciate your comments this morning. I believe that concludes our public speakers. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, the conversation is now with the board. Colleagues, let me outline maybe a couple of areas for discussion among ourselves, which we can have before we then get to a motion. Certainly, I think the question about the southbound left turn lane, transportation and walkable safety in general is an important one. The transfer development rights and potentially an area I know of interest to colleagues, the future operations and renovations at the Haven. There may wish to be some conversation about sustainability features. Are there any other categories? Okay, I'll allow some time for miscellaneous as well at the end. So I think to begin with the really one area of kind of continued concern, I think is probably not too strong a word, is that point about the southbound left turn lane and maybe overall traffic safety operations. Mr. Dorsey, did you want to start us off with questions or with thoughts?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate it. So, while I think the perspectives and presentations have made clear of the potential harms that would occur from the introduction of this turning movement on South Glebe. What has been less clear is the reason why the applicant believes that the project would be harmed if it were not there. It was made clear that this is what the grocer desires or demands or insists on, but that's not really the standard for this board. It should be what would be the harm done to the project overall if it were not there. The analysis shows that a fairly small percentage of peak trips would be generated from the introduction of this opportunity. So can you give me greater color as to what analysis shows harm that would befall the project if it were not available?
And Mr. Dorsey, I'd like to recognize Trent Smith with Insight, who might be able to provide additional detail on that.
Good morning. I'll do my best, and I may repeat some of the items that Andrew mentioned earlier. I wish it wasn't necessary. This isn't fun for us as it relates to this project, this need. We have been working with the grocery for over 9 years to find a location inside Ballston. They love Ballston. They want to be here to land. And we've been working with them on this particular site for 3 years, going through plan after plan of iterations. And in studying how the needs of a grocer to make it work for them based on their decades and decades of experience with their hundreds of stores, there was one item that came out of the analysis on their part that was like, in order for us to invest in the site, we just need this one thing. And they made it an item that was, it's the only item in our lease that is a contingent item for us to get. And so they're telling us they need it based on their experience. There's a lot we've spent months and months and months explaining kind of the logic. This site is an unusual site as it relates to access. And we've worked through 10 different items they've been insanely flexible on. We've been shrinking their store and moving their loading and connecting them all and redesigning everything. They've been awesome to help us kind of improve the project throughout this point. But without this requirement, which is fitting in a left access, the site's a little unique. I'll go back and say a couple things. I'm not the transportation expert at the table, but to give a little color behind their logic, and I think this logic would be consistent really for any traffic generating anchor at this site. So I don't think this is something particular to this exact grocer. I think people that are experts in this space would say the same thing because of the uniqueness of the super block. If you are traveling westbound on Wilson, if you see this store, there really is no way to ever access the store. There's no left turn on the private alley. You get to Glebe Road, and there's no way to get into the site, and then you just are in a perpetual circle. And so the way the transportation network works with the super block, for any sort of anchor to come into the site, there really isn't a way to ever get to the site from that movement. And so this small pocket turn-in is really to make sure that if someone is coming westbound on Wilson, that they can actually get into the site at some point. That's the logic.
Well, and I think, going back to your point, Mr. Dorsey, it's not a one-way dialogue. In order for this to work, in order to get staff recommendation of support, we have to abide by the county's policies. We have to show that we are not degrading the existing pedestrian experience there. And so we've been working tirelessly with staff for the last 2 years on this one point. It was the sole reason why, well, not the sole reason, but one of the major reasons why there was a 6-month, 7-month delay between our first and second SPRC meetings to get to the point where staff could agree with the various measures that we've been making. And I'll say too that it's not just, we're not adding a lane. The distance between the two curbs on Glebe is remaining the same, the distance the pedestrians have to walk. The measures that we put in place are, not that we should always be looking to VDOT for solutions, but also the National Association of City Transportation Officials that meets their standards. But it's part of a larger package that we worked out with staff about dispersing the overall trips at really, I think as Mr. Sellon said in our first SPRC video, is a fulcrum of activity. With our initial submission, everything was focused on the alley, and we had to find a way to sort of disperse trips. So we've worked with staff to have this left turn pocket be used for the grocery traffic. We've worked with staff to move the entrance for the garage access, which will all be internal to the site, as far away from the alley as possible. We also, we're working on measures to make sure that residents accessing the below grade parking will have to come in on Wilson. So it's a series of different things that are occurring that when we originally filed the case, they didn't occur to us at all. We hadn't come up with these solutions. But it's only been through this iterative process with staff, looking at the county's policies, and I think the good work that Mr. Sellon and Mr. Van Pelt have done, to get us there to the point where I think it's supported by the county policy.
The only other thing I'd like to emphasize is there's been this discussion about competitive advantage, and it may have been coming from our side. That's never been a talking point with the grocer. They're not trying to have a competitive advantage. They literally just looked at the site at the beginning. We're like, this is the one thing that we need to figure out. If you can figure it out, that's awesome. We're finally going to be in Ballston. And if we can't, we just can't invest in the store. We know enough about how our stores work in these different situations. We've had enough lessons learned over 40 years of operating. We just can't do it. And so everything else, the 10 other items, we've been pushing and prodding, and they're at the table with us and have been awesome. This is just something that our entire project is designed around and has been for 2 years, that there's not going to be, it's not like we can approve it and be like, let's see how it goes. I know how it goes. We're starting from scratch, and everything's kind of lost.
I mean, I can appreciate all of this, and I just want to be very clear. I think there's been a lot of thoughtful work on the mitigations. I think it's obviously clear that the tenant desires it, that any commercial tenant would desire it. I'm not disputing any of those things. The question is, there hasn't really been, to my mind, a demonstration of need. The county board is ultimately not in the negotiation business to say, okay, I'll give you your want for this want and this want for this want. We have to evaluate needs. And when we think of, or at least for me, when I think about a need to protect and enhance safety, that has to be counterbalanced with another need. And I haven't yet heard sufficient analysis as to why this would harm the project, other than being something that the grocery tenant insists on and desires for understandable reasons. So measuring a commercial want versus a public need, there needs to be, for me, some more analysis and conversation to help me contextualize that.
Mr. Karantonis, I've got a question on the same topic myself.
Thank you. In the same vein, and I have to note, Mr. Dorsey, that we have several grocery stores that don't have all these facilities, and they work, and they're very central. I mean, a lot of people complain about the parking situation at Whole Foods in Clarendon, but this grocery store does very well. Just across the street, there's a Target store that I believe not too many people know where even the parking is. And Trader Joe's is on North Island, where I'm absolutely certain that most Arlingtonians and most of their customers don't know where the parking is because they don't need it. It's a very walkable place. And the entire business proposition there, which I believe is a component of need, because this is an anchor function, an anchor use that's important. But I don't see how still this facility of the left turn adds to the viability anyway. I think that it doesn't or rests from the viability in any meaningful way for me. I have a question that is more technical. So when somebody drives out, exits towards North Glebe Road from this alley, can somebody make a left and go across and go southbound, drive southbound on Glebe?
Mr. Cantos, no, and I'd recognize Mr. Van Pelt from Grove Slate, our traffic consultant.
Yeah, good morning, Dan Van Pelt with Grove Slate. No, the only movement we'll be able to make out to Glebe Road is a right turn only.
Okay, great. So I'm satisfied with that. So how do we make sure that people who come out of the alley understand that they have only this direction? Is that signage, or could we even add something in addition? I know that in the Transportation Commission, the deliberation, there was discussion of physically configuring the outflow there in a way that makes it very clear that you have to make a right.
Well, that's currently how it operates today. Yes. It's a right turn only today, and the signal, there's signage for that, and then I think that we can even look at that in terms of how we maybe further enhance that with staff. I think the concern, I think you were talking about maybe potentially like a pork chop island or something like that, of the geometry of it. Those things actually aren't super pedestrian friendly either in terms of the driveway there, but we can look at that geometry a little bit more carefully and see how we best study that. But the intent is for that to remain a right turn only out, and we want to do everything to enforce that movement.
Okay. The second question, if I can, is about what can you tell us about how do we signal to pedestrians? This is a very high, this will be a very pedestrian-friendly place, and we expect and the majority of your customers will be crossing that place. How do we make sure that this is really safe? Because it's not a small thing. I believe the most consternation about this move is that you get a traffic movement, as you get cars from where you don't really expect them, and that poses a danger for pedestrians. This is a risk, a safety risk. So besides signage, and traffic lights or pedestrian crossing lights, what else will be there? What other elements will be making sure that this remains safe?
And to help answer the question,
bollards are there.
Yeah, there's bollards. And I help answer this question, Mr. Karen. I actually have a graphic, and I'm not sure if we could share it, but if you want to speak to it while we're waiting. Yep.
Yeah, so I think we've spent a lot of time working with staff trying to figure out how can we enhance the pedestrian safety. We understand this is a concern. I think what we have tried to do is really implement every tool in the toolbox, short of narrowing the cross-section of Glebe Road, which is a VDOT facility, and we don't have the ability to be able to do that. So I'm going to start, and you asked about physical, but I'm going to start with just operational because I think many of these are very important. So all of the movements at this intersection will be protected movements. That means as a vehicle, you cannot make your turn unless you have a green arrow to make that left turn into the site. And the same will be true for the traffic that's turning left onto 7th Street. So those will be protected movements. The right turns will also be protected. Vehicles aren't allowed to make a judgment call if, do I have the ability to be able to turn right on red? They will have to wait until they have the green. At the same time, when those turn movements and the new left turn into the site is getting its turn to go, those pedestrians crossing the driveway will have do not walk. We've been really seen through best practices that the way to treat a signalized pedestrian crossing is what we typically do when it's not signalized is we'll keep the sidewalk flush, and that gives the pedestrians kind of right of way, if you will. But we've found in practice is that that's not really the best thing to do at a signalized location. We want we want those pedestrians to understand that they need to obey a signal. So this driveway across entering the site into the alley is going to have curb ramps on either side of it, and it's actually going to feel like a street. And we've just found that that's much more intuitive for pedestrians. But there won't be any left turners left having kind of their own judgment of, I've got an adequate gap, I'm going to shoot that gap in traffic to turn into the site. Because they won't, and then conflict with pedestrians because they will have to obey the signal. Everybody must obey the signal. So we've taken great pains to really think about how operationally the signal can best address pedestrian safety. And then part of that was the leading pedestrian intervals. Those are things that we are starting to see more and more in our region. Right? It gives the pedestrians the opportunity to get out. They get a head start. So they're out into the crosswalk before the vehicular traffic gets to move. And that just really improves visibility so that the motorists see the pedestrians. And once you go into the site itself, I guess to go back to your original question, we talked a little bit about the design of the driveway itself. That was very important, and we spent time really looking at that carefully. There will be bollards once you come into the alley. So I think we've got a rendering maybe that could help show that a little bit. So the motorist, the space in the alley is defined for vehicles is going to be further defined by pavement, but also you're going to have the bollards on either side that define that space of where motorists operate and where pedestrians are to operate on both sides of the alley. And it is meant to be very traffic calmed, and so that will happen through the pavement. As you come in, too, you'll come in and you'll have that driveway apron, which will slow vehicles down as they come in and enter the alley. On both sides, that will happen. So you'll come up to this flush surface internal to the alley. I'm trying to think if there's anything I forgot, but I think those are the main items. And I think one thing I would just like to go back and touch upon is, I think it's been mentioned, is that one of the challenges we have with this site is the mega block. You talk about other grocers in the neighborhood, they don't necessarily have the challenges of the mega block. If we didn't have the mall here, we'd probably have 3 or 4 city blocks instead with porosity and connectivity, which would be better for all modes, but we don't. So we're left with this mega block, and we have to think about how do we solve for the access for the site. And I think that if you look at the competitive advantage, you have access for, those other grocers have ways to get in, left turns in, and they're not on mega blocks. And so I think that's one of the things we're trying to solve for here is the challenge that's been created by the mega block. Whether it's this grocer or any other retailer, we just don't have that sort of round the block circulation you would have if we didn't have this large regional shopping center kind of sitting in the middle here. We would have probably 3 or 4 city blocks that would be breaking it up, and we'd have better connectivity and porosity.
Thank you.
So sort of a similar site circulation question. Let me begin with testing my own understanding, stipulating that I usually come northbound from the south side, whether I'm in a car or by bus, up Glebe. So from headed southbound, it is possible to make a turn into the Ballston parking garage from Glebe Road, right? Okay, great. So seeing a yes from Mr. Sellen. So I think the question I have for you as the applicant, and Mr. Smith, really appreciated your point that tenant feels really strongly there needs to be a way to access their store coming southbound on Glebe Road. To what extent has the parking garage been part of the plan for parking access to the site? I mean, I know you showed us some renderings of how the grocer can be accessed from within Ballston Quarter. Of course, that's well served by that parking garage. To what extent is that part of the solution? Has that been discussed as part of the solution? Is it an area where improved wayfinding and clearer signage that the Ballston garage is a way to access that site for those coming by vehicle southbound in lieu of a new turn pocket? Has that been part of the discussion?
Yeah, Chair Crystal, and I'm going to share my screen again, Madam Clerk, if possible. We actually had a slide on this, which in the interest of time, I kind of skipped over. Staff from the very beginning, staff and the community really challenged us to utilize existing infrastructure as a way to sort of help disperse traffic, mitigate some of the impacts of new construction on carbon emissions and more. That naturally led us to form partnerships with Brookfield, the mall owner, who obviously has a vested interest in having a high trip generating use, pedestrian trip generating use at this site adjacent to the mall. It led us to discussions with the Point Office building, which is on the northern or the upper part of this image here, to utilize their infrastructure as well. So it really is an interesting combination of three owners, all with a vested interest in seeing this succeed. So this is sort of our shared existing infrastructure approach. One was to utilize the existing loading dock and the service corridors that exist below the Ballston Quarter Mall and the existing Macy's for residential loading, and for residential, trips and deliveries and things like that. One was also to utilize the existing ramping system and the below-grade garage portions of the Point Office building to allow the residents to get in underneath the Macy's. So it's not like when people come in or residents come into the alley that they're going to be using the same side of the alley to access the below-grade garage. We're actually going to be going into the office building ramping system to get down and under our building. We have the ability to share overflow residential parking on nights and weekends with the office building. And then Macy's also has access to 280 spots in the county-owned parking garage that we were proposing to use for employee and overflow parking there as well. Initially, when we started this out, we thought, okay, well, can we use the Ballston Macy's garage for all of the grocery store loading and things like that? But the unique nature of grocery store items, plus the fact that we don't want to be having carts going across the nice ceramic tiles of the mall. It just didn't work. Okay. And so these sort of 5 points here are the way that we're using the existing infrastructure, but it's forced us to come up with these connections with these adjacent owners.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that was part of the analysis. Mr. DeFranti and then Ms. Garvey.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I think maybe the question is for Mr. Sellen. I'm interested in the, are there safety benefits? What happened that led us to change our views with respect to the left turn? And are there safety elements? I've sort of been looking through the staff report and looking a little bit at the technical memo, and I'm trying to understand what the safety elements that have been agreed to are. I mean, I certainly think I can understand the dangers of having a left turn there if it were a road like Route 50, but this is not. There would be right turns and other access points. So maybe you can talk a little bit about the safety that is, or safety benefits that are there or could be considered to be there as a result of the left turn.
Certainly. We were concerned about four things, and I think Ms. Badger introduced those in her initial presentation. I can elaborate on those a little bit. And that is why, as we said, there was a 7-month delay between the first
site plan review committee meeting, and the second because we needed to go over at length the concerns that we expressed about transportation, and those centered on that intersection, and specifically the concerns that we had about safety, pedestrian safety, the location of the parking garage, and the loading. But primarily, they centered around the left turn and pedestrian safety. The left turn, which was sort of an essential requirement of the project, was to us problematic because the presentation of that left turn we knew had geometric constraints because it was opposed to a left turn in the opposite direction at Glebe and Wilson, which we knew could not be shortened because that was also a high volume left turn. So introduction of a left turn at Glebe and the private street was automatically restricted by its length because we could not compromise the left turn in the opposite direction. So knowing that we had a limited amount of length in the left turn that could be provided there, we were concerned that a left turn of 75 feet, which was the maximum that could be provided, which was just shy of 4 cars, might not be sufficient in length given the volume of traffic that could be expected. So we had the traffic consultant provide, we spent months and multiple meetings with 5 of our staff people, meeting throughout the spring and summer with the Grosslade team, going back and forth about how this intersection would be modeled and what the terms of the study would be that they would conduct over the summer. And what resulted was this 63 or 64-page reanalysis that was done, that was studied by our team, and it was taken to the highest levels of DOT, meaning the Director of Traffic Engineering and Operations and the Director of Transportation, to vet that analysis and to concur that the left turn from southbound Glebe Road would not degrade traffic operations during the peak travel periods, which are the commute periods Monday through Friday. The only possible delays that could occur might be on Saturdays, which would be acceptable to us. So that is in terms of traffic safety. In terms of pedestrian safety, we understand that there would be no changes to the right-of-way along Glebe Road as was described. The width of the right-of-way remains the same. The changes are all geometric. It's to create that additional lane means to take width from all of the other lanes, as well as to reduce the width of the new median that was created 2 years ago for the Waycroft project. So that median is being reduced by 4 feet. Other lanes are being reduced by 2 or 3 feet to create this new left turn lane. And we know that by introducing a new traffic movement, you are creating additional complexity, additional opportunities for vehicle to vehicle and vehicle to pedestrian conflicts. Therefore, we know that in order to do that, you must mitigate those. And we worked again with the traffic consultant to create every possible mitigation that we could, and then to study the intersection following the certificates of occupancy for the opening of the store, how this is going to impact pedestrian safety. And so we believe that we have created every possible pedestrian safety mitigation that can be done at this intersection to ensure the highest levels of pedestrian safety following the building of the new grocery store, as well as
the operational and geometric mitigations that we can.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just was trying to understand in a little bit more detail and bring to life a couple of the pages and a couple of the thoughts in the staff report in addition to the supplemental memo. That's all I have on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah. I think, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'd like to hear from our staff about your thoughts on the importance of this ability to make the left turn, because clearly, I think if you all can see where we're up here, so we're hearing it's 19 cars an hour and there are 300. I mean, that doesn't sound like much, yet you spent I will give you a chance. It's 2 years of effort, I think, has been going into this, and then intense effort on both sides, which means both sides need to feel it's important. Would staff like to talk about a little bit, is it just because this is what the applicant wants, or what's driving your efforts, which sound pretty Herculean, on trying to make this work? Is that a fair question? Does anyone want to tackle it?
It's a good question, Ms. Garvey. I mean, often when we're presented with a site plan, we have the sort of brief that the applicant gives us, and then we work with those requirements. And if it doesn't work, we then turn it back to the applicant saying this doesn't work. And so I think that in many ways, that's kind of what we're working with. It's like these are the terms that we are working with.
Yep. So it's your job to be working with them and try to make it work. Okay. And what I think I heard you say overall is that this new turn would degrade pedestrian safety somewhat, but that you've done a lot of mitigations and not much. Is that a fair?
We do not, no. What I said was that it creates additional complexity and additional potential for conflicts. We do not know that it degrades, for a fact, that it degrades pedestrian safety. That's what I can say. Is it creates additional complexity and potential for conflict.
And it might. Okay. All right. Thank you. The applicant would like to say something, I'm sure. So I'm hoping you're seeing where we, what our issues are here, right?
Yeah, and to follow up on something Mr. Stellan said, we do have an extensive condition that does require monitoring and mitigation if there are indeed conflicts that arise, safety issues that arise, queuing issues that arise, at this intersection. But there was a question I think you had just about the total turning movements, Dan.
Yeah, and I think in part of our interaction with staff, our initial analysis, when we put that left turn lane in, it would invite not just the new retail trips, but also residential trips and other traffic that could use it. So our initial analysis, we were close to 60 to 70 trips that would use that left turn. Part of our conversation with staff and part of the analysis is that how can we limit the demands on that left turn? Because really why we need it is for the retail. And when we went back and we relooked at it, if you look at our supplemental analysis, the technical appendix, so that was the analysis that was submitted on August 16th, we have trips we're down to in the 20s, almost just shy of 30 trips. So the 19 that was quoted doesn't include pass-by retail trips that we would expect also. So the number of trips that are going to use it is going to be a little closer to 30. Still a relatively light volume, but part of that was born out of the conversation with staff as we went back and forth, because there are going to be some restrictions put in place on the access for the residential and the office. So they can only access the site from Wilson Boulevard, pretty much as the office accesses it today. So that left turn is really used just by the retail only. And the reason why that is that we didn't want to overburden this left turn lane with other traffic, because the purpose of it is really there for just for the grocer to have its access that needs to be successful.
And picking up on that point, trying to make sure that the office, but especially the residential tenants of the building, are not using this left turn lane. We've been in discussions about how to do that, whether it's signage, photo monitoring, transponder monitoring, making sure that the tenants in their leases are communicated that they are only to access the residential loading dock from Wilson, verbally communicating that to them in signage, in interior of the building in conspicuous locations. But I think the photo monitoring and that sort of thing it's been used and.
Yeah, the technology exists so that essentially anybody that's accessing a residential or office tenant who has a permit can be scanned, the picture taken of their license plate as they enter in. If they come off of Glebe, they're not going to have access to the parking garage. They're only going to be able to get access to the parking garage if they enter off of Wilson. So I think it will be made known to them in their leases and their commitments that they can't do it. If they try to do it, they're going to do it one time and realize I can't do this. I have to enter off of Wilson. But again, part of that was just to try to limit the usage of the left turn, the burden on that left turn, so we would lessen concerns about queuing, but also lessen the number of conflicts with the left turners, with potentially with pedestrians.
Okay, so part of what you've tried to do is minimize the number of trips, okay, which is now a ding, okay. And then I'm assuming that the reason the grocer, and I'm funny, this hasn't been elicited, so maybe I'm wrong. The reason the grocer is so concerned is that those 19 that are coming in with cars are people who are probably most likely going to buy a lot of groceries. In other words, people who are walking, you get a lot of foot traffic, which is great, but those people carry what they can carry, whereas people that are going to buy a fair number of items that they can't carry easily will bring a car.
Yeah.
Is that a reasonable assumption as to why they're feeling this is so important?
Yes, the answer is yes. And I think the groceries analysis is maybe even less technical than some of what we're talking about up here. It's very simple from their perspective, and it really is it's not a volume item. It's related to people traveling westbound on Wilson. If they decide to make a trip where they want to get a lot of groceries and they need to take their vehicle, there isn't a way to get to the store without this little pocket turn lane. So they just need to be able to handle that. So that on that movement, and we have a map that we can show you to
I did see that in the presentation.
It's not to say, I'm not here to say there isn't another way to, for people to figure out, using Waze or something, another way to get in the grocery store, but a logical, easy way where if you see the store and you're traveling westbound on Wilson, that you can actually get into the site.
Yeah, and then there are the other sites.
It's not a volume thing or it's just being able to get in.
Yeah, I shouldn't be arguing for you. I actually think it probably from the grocer's standpoint, if people have going to the grocery store is something you do regularly, and you figure out an easy way to do it. That's what I do. So if there's a store that's hard to go to and a store that's easy to go to, I go to the one that's easy to go to. And so over time, you will develop a clientele, whereas if they can't get to the store, that clientele is not developing. So that's my read as well. Okay, enough on this for me. Thank you. For me, this is not a deal breaker. It's close. At the moment, it's not a deal breaker, but I think you can see the difficulties that we're sort of presented with here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't know that we've wrestled this to the ground, but we've certainly spent some time on it, and I appreciate that as we all continue to form our own thoughts. I'm going to move us on to a couple of other topics because I think there may be areas we wish to surface. Was there interest in discussing the sustainability features further? I don't know if I see questions. Yeah, please.
Really quickly, where's the solar going? Is it on the roof?
This will be roof and wall mounted.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay. All right, and it's 10, it could be up to 10%? Do I recall correctly of the energy usage, or is there no percentage set forth? Okay.
No energy percentage is set forth. We think that the array will generate about 100 kilowatts a year, and it'll be about a 5,000 square foot array.
Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful. I just heard it and wanted to make sure, and we'll have a battle. Libby and I will have a battle about solar on rooftops versus green roofs someday. But that's the only question. Thanks.
And I was going to continue that, right, if that's all right. I think this is still in the sustainability bucket. Could you bring up slide 16 that you had? I wanted to look at both slides 15 and 16 of your presentation, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry, there we go. So we'll start with this one, that's fine. So these are great. These are examples of other places. I love the green on the walls and things. I think that cools things down. It looks great. In your other pictures, though, of the elevation things, I don't see any of that. So is this just something that's nice that you could do, or is this something you're really planning to do? It went so fast I didn't quite pick that up.
No, these are things that we are planning to do. These are obviously inspirational precedent images, and it probably does not come through clear on the graphic that's to the
Right, I would say it doesn't, for me anyway, it doesn't come through at all. So
Right.
you're planning to have some green on the walls or on the balconies, or what are you thinking?
Yes, so there are a couple of areas on the ground plane, and then as we move up the building that include green plantings. So on the ground plane, we do have vertical walls on the alley, on the eastern kind of pedestrian sidewalk to kind of enhance the green experience on the alley. We also have mounted plantings on the third floor terrace that will be visible both from Glebe Road and from Wilson Boulevard, punctuated with trees. As we move up the building, especially on that northwestern and southwestern spine on the alley, the upper tiers of those balconies that punctuate the building will have green plantings. So floors 10 to 16, you'll start to see green plantings that move across a trellis that terminates the top of the building on both those northern and southern facades. So we do have integrated plantings on the facades and the vertical elements of the building, as well as extensive horizontal plane plantings on the ground plane, on the third floor terrace, and then on the penthouse.
And Ms. Garvey, I believe that Aaron Boer with Future Green Studios, he's our landscape architect. He's available virtually, and he can walk through the specifics if you like.
Okay, but so what I'm wondering, I don't want to take up too much time. So this picture too, so this looks great. This is like a bird's eye view looking down, right? If we had a drone or something, you'd look straight down. It looks great. I'm just struck by, this looks great, the picture of the other, but I'm just struck by what you then show as, again, the elevations on the sides. I don't see any evidence of that. Is it in the conditions? I guess maybe that's a question. Are the plantings in the conditions? I think I'll ask Ms. Badger to address that.
Yes, they are. They are proposing kind of a green living wall in the private street, which is hard to see in the renderings, but it's on the Wilson Boulevard side. And that is conditioned in the staff report and in the conditions. And all the green roof is conditioned. And then if you can see on the top of this rendering here, they have some trellises that the greenery will grow up to the very top of the building. That is also conditioned.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think that's enough information. I just wanted to check, the two slides just for me weren't adding up. I'm seeing one picture where I see almost no green, and then I'm seeing other with lots of green, and I'm trying to figure out what is what. If it's conditioned, I don't need it in the pictures, but the conditions help. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few clarifications. First of all, thank you for the green roofs. I really appreciate that. That evolution, that was great for me to see, and I'm literally very excited to see that growing and making an example for other developers as well. Two questions. One is so there is an extensive green roof above the parking level. How does this work with the bird-friendly glass? Because bird-friendly is 8 to 36 feet. And I anticipate that we will have some birds there. This is a very protected area, probably not so drafty. So how will this work?
Yeah, so we do intend to do the bird-friendly glass on the 8th to the 35th floor. And we do have extensive plantings, especially on the western side of the project. And so at the ground face there, where we do have kind of pollinator-friendly zones that we expect to install, we will look at kind of that first floor where there might be the presence of birds and other pollinators. But at this point in time, we are committed to the bird-friendly glass in the 6-foot to 35-foot zone.
Okay. And a second question is on, light. So you have a northwestern exposure and not a great one. So how do you want to work with, so the landscaping needs natural light. So what is the response in terms of types of plantings, vines, et cetera?
Yeah, I think Aaron can answer to that, but that is something that the team has thought about. Certainly picking plants that are shade-friendly is going to be very important. Having a critical kind of irrigation and maintenance infrastructure has been a large part of our discussion as well. Underneath the canopy at the ground plane, you'll see some I'm so sorry. You'll see some green wall, and we do expect that we'll have to do some artificial lighting to assist kind of the establishment of that green wall. So that is part of the strategy, but we can also speak to Mr. Boer, who represents our landscape.
Aaron, are you there by any chance?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, or we can hear you.
Great. Okay, you can hear me. Great. Yes, I think Sarah described that very, very well. So our overarching goal is really to kind of celebrate native plantings throughout this project and really curating them for each kind of microclimate condition. And as you've addressed, yes, there will be some shady areas, but there are many different native plants that can thrive in shaded conditions. And as Sarah noted, the green trellis, vine wall trellis that we're proposing along the alleyway, there is an area under cover where supplementary lighting would be used to supplement any additional lighting needs.
And that would be in perpetuity or until establishment of the plant?
In perpetuity. The plants would need a certain threshold of foot candles for a certain amount of hours per day, and that would be permanently supplied.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Appreciate that conversation. I want one other category I have is on the sending site that we haven't talked about much on the Haven apartment. So I know there's some interest among board members of exploring an area of dialogue that the Chairman Berkey of the Housing Commission teed up for us. This is exciting. This is the first time we've seen that TDR tool envisioned in the Neighborhood Form-Based Code actually realized. I do think there is certainly some interest. This is both the first time we've seen this tool realized, an owner that is not necessarily part of our kind of CAF's operator family already in Arlington, and it is of course a much older property dating back to the 1950s. So I think there is a lot of potential. There's also maybe some potential for a perfect storm here for some of the things we've had our eye on with regard to preserving the conditions and livability of our aging now CAF's property, as Mr. Berkey teed up the potential transition for those who might be over income. So I want to give us an opportunity to sort of explore some of these points. I wonder, Mr. Matuzik, if you want to just talk to us a little bit about, my understanding is housing staff has been in, close conversation about the potential operations. What can we expect to come? What can the current residents of the Haven expect to come in the year or so ahead with the formalization of those market rate apartments as committed affordable units?
Sure. And joining us this morning is Alex McMillan with the Housing Division. I can start by perhaps addressing the scope of the improvements, which were informed by several inspections of this property and working with the applicant to consider past improvements that have been made since the site was acquired. And perhaps Mr. McMillan can speak to kind of what that transition looks like over the next 3, 4, 5 years as we shift from market rate affordable units to committed affordable units. What does that mean for the tenants? And a lot of this is kind of prescribed in our condition language when we speak to the deadlines by which some of these improvements are anticipated, and generally ones which mimic the typical permit terminology in the Boston Macy's site plan. So as that development proceeds, the improvements on the Haven site concurrently proceed as well. So in our staff report in the condition language, we identify not just the site-wide landscaping, but also significant interior and exterior building improvements, replacing windows, gutters, roofs, building materials, HVAC equipment, LED fixtures. But also, I think what I want to keep emphasizing is that pedestrian pathway on the eastern border of the property, which spans approximately 470 feet. That's something that we only envisioned achieving through redevelopment of that property. The applicant has gone beyond meeting their minimum requirements and have committed to not just improving that, but maintaining it and dedicating that with a public access easement. There's also language that speaks to a southern segment of that pathway beyond their second parking lot, which currently has above-grade utilities in place. Should the county be interested in expanding that pathway in the future, they have committed $10,000 to helping us make that improvement and agreeing to expand the public access easement. So in total, the value of those improvements equals almost $2.8 million. But again, the conditions that we have structured really emphasize the scope and nature of those and their delivery rather than their value, because we understand the value may change over the next 3 to 5 years. So beyond the scope of improvements, I don't know if Mr. McMillan wanted to kind of just touch on the transition that the residents can expect over the next several years.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Alex McMillan. I'm with the Housing Division. So to touch on a couple of the points in that question, this is a new CAF operator to the county, although they do manage affordable housing outside of the county. So with potential approval of this project, if there is approval, housing staff will proactively reach out to the applicant and set up meetings to go over everything that is expected with managing CAFs. Housing compliance staff will work with the applicant to ensure that the CAFs are properly run and managed. And then in the next couple years, after the CAF agreement is put in place and the conversion of units begins from MARCs to CAFs, we are aware that there are residents over income currently at the property, and residents at the property will be grandfathered or retained for 3 years. So there's a 3-year grace period in that conversion. There's also language in the condition that allows for a 6-month extension and for the applicant to work with the county if all the CAFs haven't been delivered after those 3 years. So there is some language in there that allows for flexibility and both parties to work together. Additionally, the natural turnover rate is about 28% annually at the property. So there is some significant turnover that will occur in the next 3 years. So this plan does ensure that many of the current Haven residents, low-income Haven residents, won't be displaced by any sort of by-right development, as we have recently seen at Columbia Gardens. This proposal does allow for low-income residents to stay in place while also ensuring the property will stay in the county's affordable housing stock for the long term. So in the next couple years, those improvements will be occurring that Matt alluded to, and then we will slowly begin to transition those MARCs into CAFs. And I'm happy to answer any other housing-related questions.
Great, Mr. McMillan, that's really helpful. Thank you. And Mr. Matuzik, thank you too for the point about the scope of the improvements. Let me turn to Mr. DeFranti and then Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. And thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at page 20, some of the conditions it talks about HVAC, lights, Energy Star. I think I've had conversation with residents about this. I'm particularly glad to see the waterproofing. I believe I've seen a few pictures on this. I'm not 100% sure. I guess one question, is the 2.79 million all money for improvements that would come, it appears to me that the way I read it, would come after our approval today. I'm not sure who to ask that question, because you referred both to previous improvements and also to prospective improvements. And Ms. Davidson.
Yes, all the improvements that are proffered to kind of ensure the sustainability of the building envelopes and to improve kind of the energy performance of those buildings are improvements that we would be making after the county board approval of this project.
Great. One other thing, item I'll just say that I think I've heard of concern at the property is, and it might not be residents' fault, it might be neighbors' fault, it also could be residents, is trash, available space for trash disposal and how that's handled. And I'm not proposing to change any language. I just really did want to say that out loud because I seem to recall pretty clearly a phone call of concern at the building and you know, just when it's going fine, when there's enough space to dispose your trash, you don't even think about it. But when there's not, having lived in, you know, number of apartments and condos, you really do think about it. So that's really all the questions. I guess one more, which is, how do you do an assessment of what's the greatest need? Because simultaneously, every resident is going to say that their unit is the greatest need. But there are things that are higher priorities than others. Is that something you've already done or you plan to do?
Again, I think as we've been thinking about and looking at the scope of work, we're really focusing on how the buildings themselves will stand the test of time, given kind of the timeframes that we're looking at. So really improving the building envelope, improving the building systems is really the focus, the primary or top tier focus of our improvement. In terms of the units, again, focusing on systems that improve efficiency. So Energy Star appliances, LED fixtures, those are kind of, again, the building systems, the efficiencies that we're focused on as we look forward to this these additional investments.
Great, that makes total sense. It should be based in that. And certainly, the only other thing, I'm really pleased to hear of the HVAC because an inefficient HVAC costs more money to the individual resident and doesn't warm or cool a place. And so and I think I've heard that specific with respect to this building. So that's all of the space-based items. I want to yield the floor. I do have a question about sort of how we do transfer development rights with respect to that, and I think I should yield and then come back to
That sounds great. We will come back to you for now, Mr. Karantonis, Ms. Garvey, and then back to Mr. Dorsey.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So question and as a follow-up to Mr. Ferrante's line of questions. So there is also a historic facade easement, right, that comes with that, and this is permanent. So you just mentioned that part of the investment will be in improving the envelope of the building, so that intersects with the historic facade. So how does this permanent historic preservation easement with the type of investment? So for example, let's imagine some changing windows, which these buildings have many actually. So how does this affect the investment?
Mr. Karantonis, we're still working with staff on the historic preservation easement itself, but the language and the conditions do contemplate these improvements. Mr. Matuzik, I don't know if you want to speak to any of that at all.
Yeah, first of all, the easement is for the entire property covering the exterior of the buildings and the open space. And the extent of the improvements that have been discussed with the applicant are consistent with the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code Part 7, which deals with how conservation areas need to be preserved. So we have been closely working with them, and I understand Lauren Ferris from Historic Preservation is also with us. I don't know if she had additional points she wanted to make on that.
Good morning. Lauren Ferris with the Historic Preservation Program. Yes. So the easement, as Mr. Matuzik was saying, is for the buildings as well as the entire property. And although there are some improvements that the property owner wants to do to the property, we're in support of those. We don't see any issues with what those proposed improvements will be. One thing about historic preservation easements, Arlington County, we hold over 12 historic preservation easements, and their changes that they're proposing Well, basically, a historic preservation easement will protect the property as it is now, and that will protect the property owner as well as the county's interest. There have been some changes to the Haven Apartments. There have been some roof alterations. There's been window replacement. Some of the exterior doors have been replaced. And therefore, if this is approved and the historic preservation easement is put into the deed, they can continue to replace the windows because they've already been replaced. The thing that we will be talking with the property owner on is making sure that what the design of those replacement windows, as an example, are consistent with the property and its character defining features, and just that it's done well. Also, that the easement protects the property owner in a way where they do not have to have the historic buildings or elements of the property go back to what was originally there in the 1950s. We see that as kind of being overreaching and is not part of the easement agreement. However, if the property owner chooses to want to bring that property back to what was there before, we would be in full support of that and would work together because we would be partners on how the property is managed and maintained in the future.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferris. A little follow-up question on that. Does any of these actions make the applicant eligible for historic preservation tax credits?
So that is a great question. Thanks for bringing that up. So the property, when it has the easement on it, it then also could be eligible for state or federal rehabilitation tax credits. Currently, the Historic Preservation Program has already determined that the property is eligible to be included on the National Register of Historic Places. That is a federal honorary listing for national historic properties. Now, the property owner would need to go through a formal process to be formally added onto the National Register, and if they were to pursue that, they would be eligible for 25% rehabilitation tax credits with the state or 20% with the federal tax credit. And they also could, now that they're an easement property, could be, when they become an easement property, if they become an easement property, they also could be eligible for a charitable tax donation with an agreement with the IRS. And thank you for the county board, they would be eligible for Arlington County Historic Preservation Fund grants, which means they could be eligible for capital improvements up to $100,000 with a matching, with a match, 100% match, or they could be eligible for non-capital improvements, which would be $25,000, a possibility of $25,000 grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm just thinking of the potential cash flow as an additional benefit for the applicant here, or for, for the project.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Ferris. That was really helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to remark that I'm really pleased how reasonable we are on historic preservation now. I remember as a school board member at one point, we were going to be forced to use the original windows in a format which was extremely expensive because those windows don't exist, and then of course they aren't energy efficient either. So this is good. It's reasonable, and I think it's great. I also am pleased about the TDR. I mean, this is kind of cool, and the preservation of calves. All of this is great, and I actually am not going to ask you any questions about this. I'll just mark, I think I have made this comment, I think it's about once a year, and I'm going to really try to work on it this year. As a board member, and this is for staff, I really want to look more into this issue of people who are in marks and they're saving money because they earn too much and they're trying to squirrel away money so that they can then make an investment and live here in Arlington, but they need to be able to save that money, and we keep taking that away because it's getting so there's less and less, fewer and fewer marks, and it's good to have CAFs, but I'm starting to worry more and more about the people with the 80 to 120%, and can they live? You need a rung, an economic rung to go out, and I feel like we're kind of pulling out a rung for people to make that step up and be able to stay here. So that's an overall issue I'm really interested in, and I'll probably be asking for some briefings, and I think moving forward, as we start to shift more and more and having more and more CAFs, I think it's a policy issue that we really ought to be looking at. And as I say, I think I've said that before, I'm realizing, and haven't really followed through, and I'm going to really try to do that this year. So thank you, and appreciate all the work. I just think we need to be more maybe intentional or conscious about what the trend is and where we're going to be. And for myself, others may know where we are, but I'm feeling a little bit like I don't quite know where we're going to end up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Chair Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so just to be clear that I'm germane here, can I talk about CAFs, housing, or just the Haven at this point? What are you looking
Great
to focus
question.
on?
I think Ms. Garvey started to transition us. I promised Mr. DeFrente we'd come back to him on
No,
others.
I just want to make sure I stay within your flow because I know you have other topics that you.
That is just fine. We're now making our way in towards the miscellaneous section of the agenda, nevertheless.
So I tell you what, why don't I make a comment on the Haven, then I'll transition to some questions and conversation on the housing program. So first, as it relates to the Haven, I'm actually very excited about bringing a new operator into the space, as Mr. McMillan outlined. While we value the partners that we currently have in that space, not always have things gone well. And so introducing a new entrant to potentially provide some diversification of options and perhaps some healthy competition is never a bad thing. And I've been heartened that over the course of its long existence as a market affordable community, it seems that the Haven has been, all things considered, relatively well maintained compared to some other properties that we have had the pleasure of working through over the last few years. So I have my hopes that the inspection regime and the capital plan will allow for that to be maintained sufficiently moving forward. I do have a question actually on this item from Mr. McMillan, if he's still with us.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So one of the things that I think we've been growing to learn over the last few years is that central to the operations side of a successful CAF community is tenant engagement and empowerment. And I just want to get a sense from you as you work with the operator that it's going to be a priority to ensure that there are healthy opportunities for tenants to engage with management and that there is going to be some really thoughtful approaches to ensuring that that engagement is respectful and mutually beneficial to avoid some of the issues that we've encountered recently elsewhere?
Yes, thank you for that question. So, correct, we have had some recent issues, but throughout that process, we did have the joint subcommittee with the Tenant Landlord Commission and the Housing Commission, and we really did develop some strong recommendations going forward. And I do think it's a pathway forward. It's bringing this new CAF operator in. It's an opportunity to use those lessons learned, those recommendations, and to work with them to make sure that the CAFs are up to obviously all housing quality standards, but up to, very livable and just being a great place to live there on Columbia Pike. So that report is definitely something in the back of our minds as we bring in a new CAF operator. And as I mentioned earlier, housing staff will be proactive in reaching out to the applicant to make sure that everyone is on the same page with how CAFs are managed in the county.
And should be managed in the county. I think more to the point. So thank you for that. And, I'll just say for me, I know that there have, been some who are concerned at the cementing of CAFs at this market rate community. And, just from my point of view, the policy that we have that guides redevelopment in Columbia Pike is that we experience no net loss in market affordable housing. And so the way we achieve that is through the conversion of those to CAFs. And while this does not create a redevelopment opportunity at this site that could add to a diversification of housing in the area, I will remind folks that if this property were to be sold to someone who sought private redevelopment, that would create a very reasonable public expectation that we manage the displacement of those who existed in those marks. And so we take that public policy issue off the table. And I will also note that this particular project comes with it significant public realm improvements, which will create some benefits for everyone, not just at the Haven, but who lives in the Arlington Mill neighborhood, which is pretty close to where I live. On to some questions about the housing program at the other site. So I noticed in the conditions, and I just want some clarity, perhaps this comes from our staff, that there is a condition requirement as it relates to the two-bedroom CAFs, which says that a unit, singular, shall have access to an exterior window, and I'm just wondering if that was a typo and should thusly apply to all of the two-bedroom CAF units that are in the site. And I'm sorry, I didn't note which condition that was. I'll try to find it quickly.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the site plan conditions, correct?
Yes,
On
right.
Boston Museum. So I'll let Mr. McMillan speak to that if he has an answer.
Yeah, so thanks. In our standard conditions, housing has inserted language that calls for all bedrooms to have access, have a window to the exterior. However, that was not a typo because in this case, they are only earning through bonus density that one singular CAF, two-bedroom CAF. So we're holding them to the standard condition for that singular CAF. For the 11 other CAFs that are up to 80% AMI, they were given, basically above and beyond units voluntarily by the applicant. And so the county didn't have the same ability to require that those units all have exterior bedroom windows. So that is not a typo. It will be a requirement for the one unit that's being earned through density, but not for the 11 others.
Got it. So it's a matter of what we can condition and require, not necessarily an indication of what the development program is for how these units are situated. It's just that the county doesn't have a public interest in dictating that design, though in fact those units could reasonably have bedrooms, exterior access just like this.
Correct.
Got it. And similarly, I guess that also relates to why there was the language in that condition stricken about applicability to the building code.
Yep, similar answer there. In our standard housing conditions, we do require a certain amount of square feet per bedroom, and based on unit type, 1, 2, or 3 bedroom. But that language was also stricken for the same reason. There's not the same leverage with the above and beyond units.
Terrific, thank you. And I guess now for the development team, first of all, I want to commend you for, as part of that the AMI units not only are, following our guidelines, but also for 5 years, you've agreed to cap the potential rent increases to 5%, even if AMI increases are greater. I think that's a really nice feature, and it's to be commended. Couple of questions about the program that you have decided to pursue with the one on-site unit, the 80% units, and then the cash contribution. Can you give me a little sense of why, since you are operating CAFs at the building, that you wouldn't just fulfill your requirement, through all on-site units as opposed to the bifurcation? It looks to me that would yield an additional 13 units at the site. Can you just give me a sense of the business decisions that were made not to pursue that option?
I might ask Sarah to take a look at that. We did have a discussion with staff about utilizing the $1.5 million contribution for on-site units. Sarah, do you want to speak to the business decisions? And I'll say too, as far as the bedrooms, we have the unit breakdown in the condition. The actual design of the units, some of them may end up having windows in the bedrooms, some may not. We just were not in a position to actually commit to doing so at this stage. But Sarah, do you want to speak to the?
Yeah. And to that point, right, we will not be designing special units that are different for the affordable housing units versus what we are offering for our market rate units. So, the affordable units that we're committing to will be comparable and identical to kind of the units that the market rate units, just so that there's no misunderstanding. As it relates to the AHIF funds, we certainly, I think, have asked the question several times. I think there's not a mechanism right now, but if the AHIF funds were to be recast to create deeper affordability for the units that we've committed to, we are absolutely a willing partner to kind of create deeper affordability or more affordable units using the AHIF contribution at the property.
So if I understand, just to make sure I'm clear, you're interested in having conversations about deepening affordability and what you've committed to thus far, but what about adding the number of units at 60%?
With the, in lieu of kind of making the AHIF, if the AHIF monies were to be recast and contributed towards deepening affordability at the property, we're open absolutely to that conversation.
Right. I appreciate that. Can you speak to why not additional units as well?
In lieu of AHIF, is your point?
Well, no, they're making an AHIF contribution of $1.5 million.
Correct. And so why not use that AHIF money not to deepen the affordability, but to create more units? Exactly, at the higher level of affordability.
It's vertical versus horizontal expansion.
Does that question make sense?
Use the funds instead of But so this is our base affordable housing contribution fund, where we have the option of adding units, off-site units, or stroking a check to AHIF. And I think we've chosen the latter.
That's correct.
I don't know if we've had a discussion with Alex about adding units, but.
In lieu of an AHIF contribution?
No, in lieu of additional, you're correct.
Right.
That's
yes.
right. That's
Correct. So you can buy a couple of 60% AMI units more, or you can buy down a 60%.
That's right. So I think the math, we have the option of either making the AHIF contribution or making 13 units, about 12,000 square feet of dedicating them as affordable at 60% of area median income. So I think at the end of the day, it was an exercise in math, to be very frank about it. I think we have a big project, and when we kind of looked at the different options, the AHIF contribution was the reasonable option at that point in time.
Well, I think it was also the AHIF contribution, but the decision was also made to add in the additional 8,000 square feet of on-site affordable units at 80% AMI.
That's correct.
So together. So
this is just, I think, just like the grocery tenant and transportation conversation, I'm unfortunately becoming more unsettled as I hear it, because just the implication of this, and this is not solely your burden to bear, but if the business decision is that the cash is better than the units, then we have a structural issue with fulfilling our affordable housing contribution requirement, where cash will be the default if the units somehow create a less enticing business opportunity. Because as I understand the housing program here, you're already situated to operate CAFs on site. You're going to be doing 13 of them as it is. And so if the marginal cost of administering 13 additional CAFs on site was not something that was desirable to you, and cutting the check was, that creates a larger problem in my mind beyond just the issue at hand for us today. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. This sort of puts a fine, specific point on kind of a general sense that I think we've been grappling with regard to our HO for a few years. All right, Mr. Differenti.
I think that, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dorsey, your points resonate with me, and it's not entirely clear. I want to follow up. I think there's a broader policy issue, and if the message in any way, I don't think we would send the message saying AHIF is a better option than on-site from our staff level. I know we in the board wouldn't. So I think that is a broader issue that is worth following up on for sure. I did want to ask a question about slide 7 that you presented, Ms. Badger, and our team. And I really appreciate Mr. Berkey making the point about preservation of affordable units. There's a discussion that goes, I mean, certainly the west end of the Pike, if you look at a heat map of our neighborhoods of the least, our census tracts with the least income, the west end of the Pike is perhaps our neighborhood, a set of neighborhoods where we most need to drive services from an equity point of view. On this one, I wanted to ask about, there's Fillmore and Barcroft for preservation, and the category eligible for redevelopment under commercial form-based code, we have a couple of projects that have delivered market rate units right near that neighborhood, and I'm just curious what that means. We're doing preservation in a neighborhood that is not colored conservation area, and wanted to get the thoughts on, we certainly don't want to add, we do want to add affordable units, whether we want those affordable units, of course, geographic distribution of those affordable units. So I wondered if you, I'm not quite sure who's the right person to speak to it, but you could speak to that enclosed blue area where the Haven is, and whether it's just preservation or additional density would be more driven towards market-based units, keeping in mind we want more affordable units countywide. But can you explain to me that the conservation concept and how it applies to the area where the Haven is?
Yeah, I can start with that one if others want to join. But several elements to unpack in your question. First, the two conservation areas that exist in the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code represent, I think, the two properties that were at most risk of not just losing the historic nature, both being essential on the historic resource inventory, but the pure volume of housing affordability and the inventory of units that exist there. There were other sites that were highly considered to meet this threshold, but ultimately were not included in the list, primarily because they were currently condominiums, and therefore that threat of redevelopment was not as significant. One of the things that also come into play is if we look at the Haven Apartments, the Arlington Mill neighborhood, and perhaps one of our backup slides, 40, might be the best one to highlight this, is we are not, with this action, adding affordability to that neighborhood. We're simply preserving what's there. And it is important to note that the threat of by right is happening just down the street on Greenbrier and 8th Road, where you have the already demolition that happened with the project that's coming in to deliver 40 townhomes that would be for sale. Separate from that, and using the Neighborhoods Farm-Based Code, down the street on Greenbrier, we have the upcoming delivery of 400 multifamily units that will be market rate in the first phase of the Greenbrier Apartments redevelopment, Pike West. And there will be other opportunities in that neighborhood, primarily from rental properties, but potentially from condominiums as well. So I think the diversification of units, I think, will continue. And I also wanted to stress that both the east and west edges of Arlington Mill, which front on Columbia Pike, are within the commercial form-based code boundaries. We actually have more typical redevelopment occur in those sites where some of the commercial plazas seem to be located. And I think historically, those are some of the initial sites that tend to be ripe for redevelopment, given the trend that we've observed along the corridor. So a lot of opportunities existing and in the future, and we feel that that's something we continue to keep in mind as we look at the totality of units in that neighborhood.
Great, that's very helpful. There's context there with respect to Fillmore that I'd once known but forgotten. And yeah, I want to be really mindful of preserving units that are there, but also, and density is certainly important, but also work on this balance between market rate units and affordable units and open space with Tyra Hill Park. I guess the only other question I have is there was a reference in the staff report to 6,000 plus marks, and I'm trying to just test my understanding because there's, we come way down in the number of marks. And so preserving that when it happened in 2012, I think is what the staff report said. Before that, we had already lost some 10,000 or many marks along Columbia Pike and even some towards the west end of the pike. Do I have the big picture correct there? Okay, as this is relevant to geographic distribution of units and the whole debate, it's just very helpful for me to have that context. That's it. Thanks.
Madam Chair, if I could go back to something that Mr. Dorsey had mentioned, I think there was some confusion on our end about what was being asked. So we have our base affordable housing contribution, which is $1.5 million. And the zoning ordinance allows a land use applicant to decide whether or not they provide a check, provide on-site units, or provide near off-site units. We were talking, I think we were getting sort of confused about a deepening level of affordability for the 80% units. We are happy to dedicate the base affordable housing contribution towards additional on-site units at Macy's for that amount. I don't have the math in front of me, but we're happy to have that discussion with Mr. McMillan to find out, okay, is that equivalent to 1 3-bedroom unit, 2 2-bedroom units? Happy to do that. So I'm sorry if there was a confusion.
No, I'm delighted to hear that. I think, Mr. Dorsey can clarify since it was his point. I think we would all very much welcome that. Absolutely. Yes, please.
Please
We
have
hope
that
you will.
conversation. That'd be great.
But yeah, I'm sorry for the confusion.
No, that's worth clarifying indeed. I don't know that we would need to incorporate that into the site plan. That can certainly be worked out in post-approval. Is that correct? Ms. Badger, Mr. Matusek, and make sure that.
I'll double check in the next couple minutes. And
Great, that sounds great. But I think we'd approach that with quite a bit of enthusiasm. I think the opportunity to both preserve affordability where it exists and increase affordability in a high opportunity area like Ballston would be welcome news indeed. So thank you. About to ask the same. Look at that. It's a win-win-win. All right. Well, actually, I am going to move us now towards a motion. I think it makes sense to get one on the floor as we begin to finalize. I imagine we'll probably all have some concluding remarks, and we'll, of course, give Ms. Badger some time to clarify that for us. Mr. Karantonis, I'm going to give you this weighty task of moving all of the related items, if you don't mind.
Which is a lot to hear, so so this is a 4 pieces.
If you could turn your microphone on.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, we need to hear that. So the motion is as follows. First, to adopt on the ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County zoning ordinance, Article 11.2, Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, Districts, Appendix B, Western Sub-Area Regulating Plan, to designate the Haven Apartments as a conservation area and to incorporate associated changes to the conservation area standards, which is attachment A to the County Board report. Second, to approve of the subject use permit in accordance with the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, Article 11.2 of the zoning ordinance for the conservation of the Haven Apartments subject to the conditions of the staff report. Number 3, to adopt of the attached resolution, attached to the County Board report, attachment B, certifying 118 residential units which may be transferred at a rate of 2 per unit at transferable development rights of the Haven Apartments, sending side, for the purposes of historic preservation and committed affordable housing. That's attachment B on our report, on our board report. Now, that was the first part, part A. Part B, to approve the attached resolution transferring 236 residential units from 5100 7th Road South, that's RPC number 22-001-024, sending side, to 685 and 701 North Glebe Road, that's RPC 14-059-044, 045, 038, 039, which is the receiving side. To adopt the attached ordinance to amend site plan number 193 to permit construction of up to 553 residential dwelling units and approximately 43,076 square feet of retail gross floor area located at 658 and 701 North Glebe Road, that's RPC 14-059-44-45-38-39, with modifications of zoning ordinance requirements, including additional density, reduced parking and loading requirements, density exclusions, and other modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed development plan, subject to the conditions of the attached ordinance. And finally, Part D, to enact the attached ordinance of encroachment to permit the encroachment of an underground electric transformer vault within the easement for public street and utilities purposes of 701 and 685 North Glebe Road, that's RPC number 14-059-PAE 14-059, 44, and 14-059-44 with conditions. That's all.
Thank you. Well done. Appreciate that greatly. Mr. Kieran, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes. Just briefly, we had a very robust conversation here. I do believe that this is the right mixed-use urbanism for Ballston, for that place. It adds significant residential capacity and density, and meshed with this commercial and office live, play, work place. Ballston is really located strategically as one of our, activity centers that right now need the most support. It's also a very strategic asset for Arlington because it's really in the middle between, the big urban core in the metropolitan region and the emerging activity centers around us towards Tyson's, etc. This is an excellent project there, and it's also anchored by a significant anchor business, which is this grocery store. I don't want to underestimate the importance of that. I think that the application of the TDR policy of 10 years ago, that was envisioned for in a different place and under different conditions, that at least works for this. And I don't believe that I do believe that it delivers on Columbia Pike also significant benefits because I do think that the preservation of this Haven Apartments, if done right, will preserve really quality, affordable housing in a place that is that still needs it. And as Mr. Dorsey mentioned before, we are still in a position where we are losing market rate housing on Columbia Pike. So the reasons why we have enacted the TDR policy in the first place are still there. I definitely think that the project, for various reasons, and this is one of these, delivers on the environmental quality side. I perfectly hear the critical appraisal of C2E2 of our Environment and Climate Change Commission that only a partial part of our goals are attained here. But I want to remind everybody that not only are we getting a project with green roofs and a LEED Gold project, but we also accomplished to preserve embodied carbon in the sending side, which to me is a significant part that hasn't been considered in the balance of the project. And I think that's a significant feature of that. I want to point out that the leap crossing and the right turn continues to be a big issue. I do believe that the grocer and the owner of this building will soon understand that their insistence in having this left turn is really not worth the squeeze. I do believe that we have to make the utmost effort to improve the pedestrian safety there. And there are a couple of things that I still think that haven't been achieved, but they are not deal breakers for me. Like, for example, the bikeability of the entire block, which is not given neither on Wilson nor North Cleep Road. You have bicycle racks in front of pictured in front of the entrance of the grocery store, but there is no, sufficient safe infrastructure around that. So we all have to work around that. But I do believe that your 550 new households there I hope that they will create enough pressure to get us all to reconsider these things soon when the project will be ready. I do have a couple of takeaways that give me a lot of thought. First of all, I do believe that we have to revisit our TDR preservation policy for the Pike. It's about time. It's not only about, the value of the transferable rights. It's also about the multipliers. There was a reason why we give 2 times for receiving sites on, an outplace of the county and 3 times on Columbia Pike. This is all based on economic analysis that was happening in 2012 under different conditions, and I do believe that it's a good moment to rethink that. I also think that we may also revisit our plan Ballston. It shows its age now, since 1986, if I'm not wrong, and in conjunction with a discussion about how to optimally utilize parking that already exists in Ballston, either attached to the superblock or surrounding. And, we are still discussing parking as if every single place should have, or single building should have, the optimal number of parking sites. But we have a lot of parking that is right now, I would say, very often underutilized, and we don't have discussed how to distribute those who decide to drive to Ballston, which I hope it will be a diminishing number over time. How to have the wayfinding, the technology to find parking easily, fast, close to where they want to go, and use it the best without having us to have to produce with such difficulty all these amenities to get them in. We have to move from the car-based, paradigm into a walkable paradigm, and I think Ballston has optimal conditions to allow us to do this. So that's all. Of course, I support the motion because it did that. I think the many issues that we found with this building shows just how this 50s urbanism has aged and what problems come with that.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I appreciate that. I also want to recognize Ms. Cora, our county attorney, had a comment.
Yes, I'm seeking a clarification on the motion that was just made. When I was listening to it, I heard RPC number 039 included in the motion for action B, which is approval of the resolution. And I would like staff to confirm this for me. But I believe 039 is included only in the amendment of the site plan, but it is not intended to be included in the TDR action. So it is correctly reflected in the board report that it includes 044, 045, 038 for the TDR action, not 039.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's correct. And just to clarify, 039 is a below-grade parcel, so it will not be receiving the density, but it is a part of the site plan amendment. So that's the clarification on the 2 RPCs.
Okay. And I suspect the maker of the motion
Yes, and I agree.
tends to be in alignment with
yes, So I agree to the modification. I hope that this is agreeable for the sake.
It certainly is.
Thank you. Sufficient.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the catch. Mr. DeFranti with concluding comments.
Let's see, very just brief concluding thoughts. Thank you. We've spent a fair amount of time. When you think of it as 553 and 118 units, that's a large number of units. This is a big addition of housing supply, both in the important way of preserving units and their quality, as well as in the new units. So happy to support this. Thank you to Ms. Badger and all of the staff for the presentation and the work on this. Really appreciate it. Mr. McMillan as well. I do think I have to note that Chair Berkey, if you're still on, it's pretty self-evident that your service on the Housing Commission has far eclipsed my own. Thank you for being an outstanding chair and for your comments today on the preservation piece of it. One thing I will try to follow up on is we approved a position to oversee committed affordable units and the quality based on our discussion of the last 2 or 3 years. I'll check back with the housing director unless, Mr. Manager, offhand if that position has been hired yet, or, but I'll happily follow up afterwards on that one. And I assume we'll also try and get buttoned up clarity on the question of additional on-site. And I'll leave that to you as chair unless you, Ms. Badger, you already.
Badger may be ready to speak to it.
Yes, our guidance is to not change the condition. That can be worked out post-approval.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, I was not trying to legislate on the dais on this one, but I really do want to pursue the possibility. So with that, I'm happy to support this.
So I was so enthusiastic about
That's
it.
okay.
No, I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. DeFrenti, and perhaps I might even go so far, assuming this is acceptable to the maker of the motion, consider some informal guidance that we would love to hear or report back on how that goes. So just make sure the manager clocks that from us. If we could let us know how that goes in post-approval. I think there's strong interest from the board. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. DeFrenti. And Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be quick, too. We've been here quite a while now. What struck me was really the collaborative effort that this seems to have been between the applicant and staff, and it's really worked out, I think, for the benefit of Arlington. It's not been easy, clearly. You've been working on this for a long, long time. So thank you. I particularly noted that the applicant's gone above and beyond both on the pathway and on the number of CAFs, and now we're looking like we're going to even do more. Thank you. Really appreciate that quite a bit. And then I really love the before and after pictures that you all showed. It really is a much improved design, I think, after our staff had input and probably our commissions as well. So thank you for being flexible. I think we're in a much better place all around, and look forward to maybe more collaborative projects in the future. I'm really delighted to have some more actors here with our affordable housing and working with us on that. Thank you so much. So thanks, everybody. Thank you. And I'm going to support the motion.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief. So of the, 6 items that are before us as part of the motion, it's the ones about the Haven Apartments that actually most interest and excite me. That's not to disparage the Macy site, which is also incredibly important, but I think that's a tremendous opportunity for a lot of the reasons that the maker of the motion, Mr. Carantonis, mentioned, to utilize a few different policy tools to achieve pretty important results. As it relates to the Macy site, we spent a good deal of time talking about transportation, and I've had to mull over this during the course of this hearing. And while I am very much associating myself with the concerns that the traffic degradation that would occur with the introduction of the movement is something that could potentially cause harm to pedestrians, because any changes in movements, complexities, as Mr. Sellon noted, can put pedestrians at risk if it creates queuing. For example, on Saturday, which is an important day when we see that this would potentially be most problematic, is also a day where you're going to introduce more pedestrians to the mix, creating the potential for more conflicts. That is a concern. I think there are a broad array of mitigations that have been proposed and that could further be employed should that ever come to pass, which gives me some level of comfort. But broadly speaking, I think the performance of this site is really important. not just to the developer of this site, but really to all of Arlington. It's an important piece to the Western Gateway to Ballston. It's always been desired to be that kind of landmark place, and I think the proposal is designed to not only fulfill that mission, but also to ensure that that sustains for the next 30, 40, 50 years. And so it's our responsibility, to me, the harm that would come from underutilizing this site is that it would essentially diminish the performance of this site decades into the future. And also, it's not without noting that I do believe that there would actually be some harm if we did not maximize access into the site. The more confusing that you make it, the more challenging that you make it, even though a number of people will ultimately figure it out, the cost of that is increased emissions through people driving around trying to figure out what to do, diverted attention when they do so, and people who are driving with their attention diverted can cause also conflicts for people who are walking, biking, and using other modes. So not a zero-sum game. Other elements of this that I am excited about are the possibility that the entirety of the affordable housing contribution could be fulfilled on site. I think that would be incredibly important. And this project, I think, overall meets and in some cases exceeds standards that we see as important. So on balance, I am pleased to support it all and just want to carefully make sure we monitor any potential issues as we see as we see this evolve in real time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I too am prepared to support the motions, plural. And I really appreciate the dialogue we've had today. I want to just begin by echoing Mr. DeFrantis. Thanks for the many involved. Certainly our staff. This has been an interdepartmental team in the truest sense of the word, and really appreciate the close analysis. Thank you to our commissioners, Mr. Berkey, for your tenure. I too was cognizant of the sort of full circle nature of the very issues that I know brought you to the Housing Commission in the first place, and this in your final action or recommendation for us as chair, Ms. Bagley, Commissioner Bagley. You all have had a very long week. And so I particularly appreciate your time and being with us this morning, because I know the commission spent a great deal of time on these related issues, and it was really helpful to hear. And Mr. Slatt, just by way of sort of getting into my substantive comments, this is a difficult one, right, regarding this turn lane. I think it's interesting to me, Mr. Dorsey, you teed that up well in your comments earlier in our discussion, the sort of threshold judgment of why this is necessary, not from the perspective of the tenant, but from the perspective of the community. I'm not sure those have been satisfactorily met. But once that threshold decision has been made, it seems abundantly clear to me that everyone has done everything they can to mitigate the potential impacts. The level of thoughtfulness is uncommon. I think sometimes there's a little bit of hand waving away potential concerns or conflicts or gestures at aspirations to reduce use. But even, for example, the detail of ensuring that residents' access codes don't work from that entrance. I do think there's been a real effort to dramatically decrease the number of cars coming in through that entrance, which is one that will have conflict. I don't feel great about it, but I think this is otherwise a project and a use that is so welcome. And again, the mitigation efforts have been, I think extreme is not too strong of a word to use. So I reluctantly accept that, but do really respect the recommendation of the TC and Mr. Slatt, how clearly you presented that to us. So onward to the more positive elements here, I think one of the things we've not talked about in terms of firsts, or maybe at least early harbingers. This is sort of technically an application of our efforts at office to residential conversion. Maybe not conversion in the way that we think about it or the community's been discussing, in which we turn existing extant office buildings into residential, but this was a project that was entitled to be office, right? And so the flexibility of being able to acknowledge the dramatic changes in that market and I look for this opportunity to serve a really significant need in our community for more housing. I appreciate our staff's efforts, planning staff's efforts, economic development's efforts, and I appreciate the applicant coming forward to reconfigure and re-envision what could go on this site in a way that meets community needs. That's, I think, a real exciting piece. And frankly, we may not see, for a variety of reasons, if those listening along at home have not seen the really thoughtful analysis that recently came out of our economic development team with regard to some of the opportunities and also some of the challenges in converting those existing office buildings to residential, really would commend that to their attention. I think it's been a really thoughtful body of work. I suspect maybe what might be more realistic, at least at scale for us in Arlington, would be this kind of conversion of entitlements rather than built buildings. So I'm really glad to see this one, and I hope it's as successful a project as I think it's teed up to be, and others can explore this type of conversion. I am excited about what this means for, I think, the kind of retail heart of Ballston. It is a dynamic and changing time for our office market. That is also true for retail. We know, grocers remain in high demand. As Mr. McCauley was pointing out in a conversation Mr. Dorsey and I had with him earlier in the week, it's no longer about, grocery competition, but grocery choice. And I think that'll be, really embodied in this heart of Ballston area, and bring a real amenity to the whole community. As colleagues have mentioned, I too am very excited about this first ever use of the TDR tool as envisioned in the form-based code. I do really respect the hesitations raised by some that, is this about furthering or preserving not just units, but preserving potentially income disparities between parts of the county. I think that's a fair enough thing to keep our eye on, notwithstanding this exciting idea of potentially adding more CAFs to the Ballston property. But I have to say, I think, with due respect to Ms. Bagley's colleague, right, when I hear that comment about locking in the racial and socioeconomic status of the Pike, I think if you see this through the human lens, the opportunity to lock in the affordability of the homes of our current neighbors on the Pike is not only not a bad thing, that's a fantastic thing. The opportunity to say that we are going to look at homes that have been, places for families to build their futures in Arlington, and now we're going to be able to do that in a way that commits to them the security of that future is terrific. That is the best of what we could hope for. As I think colleagues have probably put it better than I could about the idea of, or no, actually, I think it was Mr. Matuzik, you put that really well, right, in terms of creating the opportunity for people who are currently on the Pike to stay on the Pike. And indeed, as Mr. Berkey put it, helping folks stay where they are. That's the promise of this tool. That's the promise of this project. And certainly being able to keep people in upgraded and renovated homes so that we can balance both the need for affordability, but also the high standards we should have for housing with dignity and quality, I think is really a very positive thing indeed. So without further ado, I believe we are ready for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you for spending the time with us this morning and for all involved, and congratulations. And we look forward to hearing how that goes with getting more CAFs on site in Ballston. All right. We are going to keep moving. We have two more items before us this afternoon, but I don't think either need to be too lengthy. Are really final actions on interim actions, I guess, on items that are very much ongoing for us. The first is a good faith resolution to fund the collective bargaining agreements and or arbitration awards resulting from the year one of collective bargaining. You all will remember, colleagues, I know that last month we heard a presentation from the manager as well as from representations of our fire union, our police union, and representatives of the union representing service, labor, and trades, all of those collective bargaining units, on the fiscal impact analyses of the tentative agreements in the case of service, labor, and trades, and arbitration awards with regard to the economic elements of the agreements with police and fire. We then had opportunity for members of the public to speak and have then closed the public hearing. I'm going to just briefly ask, I know we have the manager here today and representatives of service, labor, and trades to just give kind of recaps of their presentation from last month before the conversation fully moves to the county board. Mr. Manager, we'll begin with you on behalf of management.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the board. As you all know, we began this journey about 18 months ago when the board passed the collective bargaining ordinance, ushering in the formal negotiations between county management and labor representatives for the first time since the 1970s. So without this ordinance, while I have been manager, I've always sat with representatives of employees and discussed issues of mutual concern. So when we met under the formal provisions of the ordinance, we were sitting across the table from our colleagues, and we worked hard starting in April to meet the steps, April of this year, to meet the steps laid out in the ordinance. These steps started with certification of the bargaining representatives, setting up ground rules, exchanging and negotiating proposals, with impasse deadline of October 1st, and then arbitration on a series of binding and non-binding issues. Last month, before the board, pursuant to the ordinance, the staff of the Department of Management and Finance presented a fiscal impact analysis. And now this month, the board is required to pass resolutions on its intent to fund the obligations under the tentative agreements. I hope the board will do just this today. Once you take that action, we look forward to the final step in the historic process in executing these agreements, when I and the bargaining representatives of ASME, IFF, and ACOP will sign these agreements. As we discussed last month, the agreements encompass a set of pay and benefit and work rule changes that I think are fair. While I hope in the future we can do more for all of the employees covered by these agreements, I'm in the middle of preparing the fiscal 2024 budget, and I know that I will have to present proposals to you that hopefully won't, but very well may cut filled positions in order to close the anticipated gap between revenues and expenditures. So as you consider action today, I wanted to note the following. We see the wages in these agreements as a floor, not a ceiling, and we hope, if conditions allow, that we can do more over the next 3 years. We're also currently discussing how, within the amounts of funds available, we can better facilitate the movement of our public safety staff from open ranges to a grade and step system. I'm optimistic that those conversations will be worthwhile. We're also about to embark on conversations with the bargaining unit representatives that fulfill the direction I received from the board when the fiscal 23 budget was adopted, to put forward a proposal that would allow newly hired staff to choose a retirement plan option that would provide them with more salary in exchange for adjusted benefits under our retirement ordinance. While there's language in 2 of the tentative agreements that lays out one path, that needs to be further discussed and refined by the unions and those in our workforce not covered by the agreements, and then weighed by actuaries and considered by the board next year as part of the normal process of amending our retirement ordinance. As always, I look forward to further conversations, and I wanted to thank my colleagues in the unions, and also especially thank the staff in my office, the Departments of Management and Finance and Human Resources, as well as the County Attorney's Office, who worked at an intense and exhausting pace over the past few months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Really appreciate those comments. I suspect we are going to find ourselves associating ourselves with them, so we appreciate it. I believe we are joined today by Mr. Rodriguez on behalf of Service, Labor, and Trades. Were there any other comments you wanted to make to recap or refresh us from last month before we begin our deliberation?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Glad to hear you're sounding better.
So things were a little bleak when you saw me last, I think.
Thank you for rehashing some of the details that have been forgotten. There's so much has happened in the last 18 months. I'm going to beat a dead horse here. Some of these little details are we take for granted. And I want to make sure that I flip over a couple of stones. As you know me, James Rodriguez, I am no longer president, but I am acting. I took this on, and I'm going to see as far as I can. I'm grateful to speak to you regarding the proposed compensation-only package for the MOA that we hammered out over the summer. The county managers, the legal staff, and our representatives. And let me just tell you, it was interesting. It was never having a contract in Virginia. This is new territory, and I believe we have the opportunity to create a unique situation. This is a clean sheet of paper. But the examples of the services we provide, low-hanging fruit, is the clean drinking water that we all take for granted. This is provided by our highly skilled water maintenance crews who maintain our unique system. And anyone who's ever worked in Arlington County will tell you our system is definitely unique. As part of the water crew, they're called upon to make after-hour emergency repairs, often in harsh elements and almost always in extremely hazardous condition. There are no easy water main break repairs. This is just one example of an essential service we provide without blinking. Also, on the other end of the spectrum, the sanitary system and associated water pollution treatment plant operations are integral aspects of the skilled and dedicated employees that also serve Arlington citizens. This group ensures that the discharged water is treated within compliance of all regulations. This requires a highly educated workforce. I wholeheartedly recommend a tour of the plant. I also suggest that you wear closed shoes. These are examples, excuse me here, of some of the modern amenities that we take for granted, but which makes Arlington a first-rate community that we are proudly able to serve. I want to emphasize this point with you today because we strongly believe that your budget is a reflection of your priorities. It is our position that while this proposed increase is offered by this MOA is modest, we are asking the board to approve it. As it stands now, our members are facing extreme economic conditions and hardships due to unprecedented and unforeseen increase in the cost of living, along with the unpredictable rising inflation. Not to mention the unfortunate reality that the essential duties that we perform are already considered undervalued despite how essential they are. Our brother in the public safety sector well articulated this point in our last meeting when he stated that the 4.5% proposal is effectively a loss for our hardworking members, considering the current rate of inflation is hovering around 10%, depending on where you get your information. I actually believe it's greater than that. To that end, we look forward to negotiating a more comprehensive agreement for fiscal '25 that fully addresses our members' needs and will provide fair compensation for the services rendered. Our workforce deserves our complete and full attention to the details of creating a workable agreement in the upcoming fiscal year. It is also crucial that I use this time to express our opposition to the potential cuts in the general services and reducing workforce that was mentioned in last month's meetings. It is my firm belief that this can be easily avoided by being more creative and flexible when forming this agreement. In addition, we urge you to reevaluate future private contracts, excuse me here, my screen moved, that do not have the same investment in Arlington County as your public employees do. Let's make this a win for the county, a win for the employees, and a win for most importantly, the citizens we all serve. We and I thank you for the opportunity to work together on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to further improve Arlington County services. Thank you, and enjoy the holiday season.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. We appreciate that. Appreciate hearing from you. I'll note as well, we are not joined again by representatives of police and fire, but they have been in close coordination with county board members, and we do anticipate that collaboration will indeed continue, as the manager alluded. I'm going to go to Mr. Dorsey for a motion to frame the conversation. Before we do that, I just want to emphasize what is before us as the board today. This is, I think, an interesting time for all of us with this first implementation of collective bargaining, because it requires us to think perhaps differently about our own governance role than we generally do, right? We are not designing public policy, for example. We are not even necessarily speaking, giving input or specific direction on the budget. We are deciding in our role as the county board, which is relatively minimal one by design, what we will do with the consequences of conclusions that have either been collectively bargained or are the result of an arbitrated outcome. So I think that's really important. We will, of course, continue to be involved in relations between the manager and employees on an informal basis. How could we not be? It's so important to the functioning of the enterprise and the delivery of services to Arlington County employees. But our own role vis-a-vis the actual collective bargaining agreements or the arbitrated outcome is relatively minimal. Do we find it acceptable, and do we make a good faith effort, commitment that we will do our best to fund the economic impacts of those proposals, which were summarized in much greater detail last month. So I think we can have some conversation. I suspect there may be an appetite for some conversation about things, the articles, for example, that were either subject to agreement or subject to arbitration. But it is important, once again, to note, that is not subject to our vote or to policy design by the board today, because of the structure of this brand new way of bringing representatives of labor and management together to determine a way forward on a variety of different conditions of employment. All right, with that, I am going to turn to Mr. Dorsey for a motion, perhaps on all three, to go ahead and get us started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to move that the county board adopt Resolution 34A, which concerns the tentative collective bargaining agreement with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, District Council 20, Local 3001. I would like to move we adopt the Resolution 34B, which concerns the tentative collective bargaining agreement with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 2800. And item 34C concerning the tentative collective bargaining agreement with the Arlington Coalition of Police. All of those all resolve that the county board will make a good faith commitment to appropriate the necessary funding for the county to meet the obligations under those tentative agreements, but recognizing that the funding remains subject to actual appropriations in the years that the agreement is in effect.
Great. That's been moved and seconded. Mr. Dorsey, did you want to speak to those motions?
I will speak to it very briefly. You outline in the framing what this action actually is. I just like to, also go back to the broader view. I think this is ultimately going to be something that helps Arlington operate much more efficiently in a way that satisfies all who are part of our workforce as we mature collective bargaining in the county. I'm sure year one came with it a lot of issues that will be smoothed out over time that are always apparent the first time people get together under a collective bargaining regime, particularly in a place like the Commonwealth of Virginia, where that is not necessarily a big built-up competency. So I look forward to future years being smoother, more robust, and actually more mutually fulfilling. But within this, I take very seriously that we looked at the analysis, the fiscal impact studies that were presented last month. And as I've absorbed them, I have confidence that it is not going to diminish our ability to make a good faith commitment over the life of this contract. I feel very strongly about that. But I also feel very strongly that as circumstances do change, we have an obligation and responsibility that has been articulated as shared by the manager to look at this as a floor and to look at real life circumstances to determine whether or not there's more that we can do. So with that, I'm happy to move these items and looking forward to the next steps.
Thank you so much. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pleased to obviously support the motion. I really appreciated Mr. Rodriguez's comments. I was thinking, we are so lucky here in Arlington. Everything functions really well. And so the bad side is that you get taken for granted. I mean, people just assume of course they're going to turn on the tap and the water's going to be drinkable and safe. And it's a reasonable assumption, and that everything else is going to work. Also, that the agreements will work out, and there was an incredible amount of staff work that went into this. I mean, hours and hours and hours and hours, and nobody much sees it. Arlington is the proverbial, swan gliding across the pond, and underneath, the feet are working like crazy. So just a big thank you to everybody. I do appreciate the manager's, comments that the wages are a floor. The comments on inflation are very well taken, and I think it's important we kind of keep reminding the people we serve about this, because again, there's kind of an assumption, people in the habit of getting wonderful services and not having to worry so much about how we pay for them. It comes up in the tax season every year, but this year may be different because nobody's dealt with inflation for a very long time. So I'm hoping we can work that out. I'm sure we will. I doubt it will be easy, but it's absolutely crucial we do to keep this the community we love. Pleased also that the manager mentioned that we're going to work on moving from open ranges to step system. I think that's a back again thing. I think we've been there before. And also more discussions on retirement. So, we're approving this, and I think as a good faith effort with collective bargaining. That's something we need to do. That's why we do the bargaining. So it would be really poor form to have people go through all this effort and say, well, we didn't really mean it. You can't do that. So we accept it, and then, of course, it's new, well, there'll be some tweaking, there'll be some talking, all, I think, in good faith. But I'm very pleased to support this, and it's a huge step forward on an effort that's not completed yet. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn next to Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will vote in favor of this. Mr. Rodriguez, you took me back to nearly 20 years ago when I was in a water treatment facility in Iowa with John Kerry, and I never forgot those 20 minutes because of the value and the how critical it is to things we take for granted. And so many evenings when it's cold, we have running water and we have functioning homes because of the work that Service Labor and Trades does. So really appreciate your being here and your comments. I also do support continued dialogue between our employees and the county manager, as the chair mentioned. I believe the agreements that have been reached should remain in effect, and I certainly support this as a floor and not a ceiling with respect to salaries over the coming months and years. To be clear, I agree with the chair and the direction and the thought with respect to the manager. I don't support reopening the decisions that have been made via arbitration, but I do think continued dialogue is very important. Salary compression is an issue we will need to address over the coming year and years. I am for sure open to moving towards a system of compensation that ensures employees are compensated for their experience, moving towards a step and grade system. I also, of course, am very pleased that all of our employees show professionalism, and quality service is at the heart of what each of the three unions do. So in the short term, I'm hopeful. This is a tight budget year, and if there is additional funding that can fairly address compression, I would be hopeful that we could do this. I think the big broad points that collective bargaining is not a silver bullet or a quick means for addressing all of our problems in this inflationary environment need to be, it's good that the manager mentioned them again, but I think over the past 18 months, and particularly in the last 9 months, we've got a better start on many issues than if it had not existed. Even if as I know it has not been easy by any means, it's been a lot of time. So I want to keep working on this. I do think that there's a role for sure, the manager and the unions, and the board also has a role to prioritize funding, and we will continue to do that, and that's very important to me. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the same, aligning myself with Mr. DeFranti and Ms. Garvey and you, and Ms. Dorsey, I really appreciate your testimony today on behalf of AFSCME and all the workers. It's a good thing when a community takes these basic services, or then we have a feeling that these basic services are taken for granted. That means that they are provided in an excellent way. What we will never be doing here, at least never, is to take our employees for granted. I do believe that we understand very well what it takes, and I receive Arlington alerts. I know that you're out. I know that you're out with every weather, any time of the day, any hour. And Mr. Rodriguez, I also take your hint about the cost of external contracting, et cetera, very seriously. I've seen that myself, with several projects where, for example, with the Arlington Neighborhoods Conservation Program has had some projects that weren't feasible to do with the contractor, and all of a sudden you jumped in and it was delivered for better, cheaper, and so we really take that into account. Now back to the resolution, I align myself completely with my colleagues here. It is a very good moment to say yes. It's not appropriate for us to reopen the arbitration result, but the entire discussion over 18 months has also sharpened our eye for many other things. So, for example, we focused, and I think we will continue to focus on what's the appropriate level of compensation. I agree with Mr. Swartz on that it's the floor and not the ceiling. And we will balance that with the general challenges that we see ahead. Like Mr. DeFerrandi mentioned, it is going to be a tight budget year. Secondly, I do see a lot of worth and I find it very valuable to think through the desired now transition to step and grade to a compensation system that includes step and grade, especially for our uniformed services. And I do think that, thinking about our retirement structure, et cetera, is really worth. And for me, what this means is try to preserve and improve every single step. I realize that our employees is the biggest, most valuable, most critical assets that we have. This is what Arlington County is, our workforce. So with that, I will support this resolution. I will support the motion, and I will be a careful companion of the discussions to follow after that.
Thank you so much. I'll share just a couple of thoughts for my own part and then give it back to Mr. Dorsey for the last word. Just really wanted to echo my colleagues' comments of appreciation, particularly the service labor trades leadership and your colleagues that you represent here and all of our Arlington County employees for doing this important work. We are, of course, nationally engaged in this really interesting dialogue. It feels like sort of a seismic moment about the future of collective organizing. And, in context of perhaps a large retail coffee purveyor, for example, there's been a lot of conversation, to me, collective bargaining is about not necessarily, fair treatment of or valuation of workers, but recognizing their professionalism means sharing the power to shape a place of employment. And it's not simply about, the relative beneficence of policies or what even we think is best, right? It is about sharing the power with the employees to figure out what kind of place of employment, what those conditions and compensation might look like. And I say that because I've been thinking about it a great deal. I'll know for my part, I have some policy perspectives, for example, on step and grade system. It is not my preference. I've long appreciated that Arlington has a different form of compensation. I am aware, however, that the transition to a step and grade system has emerged as the top priority, particularly for our public safety employees. And I think, again, recognizing their professionalism and fully sharing power in a collective bargaining environment, means then that I find myself, joining my colleagues and encouraging the manager and appreciating the manager's willingness to continue to figure out what the transition of a step and grade system in this year looks like within the arbitration award. And I'm very glad to know that will continue. I appreciate the effort on the part of representatives from police, fire, the manager's office, county attorney's office, certainly HR and others to get there. And I would similarly, kind of make that observation about having a policy preference and yet not substituting that judgment when it comes to retirement benefits. You know, I am a strong proponent. The reason the manager is considering a potential look or work group at maybe transitioning from a defined benefit system to a defined contribution system in which those elements of compensation can be taken in the form of cash or other benefits. I think that's really important. I think if we are going to become a competitive workplace, we need to acknowledge that the ways in which employees, especially rising generations of employees, value their benefits, that package or basket of benefits is going to change, and we need to be prepared to evolve. And so that said, I think the right way to proceed is with the work group, which I know is the manager's intent, and that there is some conversation about the article that was handed down by the award made by the arbitrator. But I do appreciate the manager's comments today, and I think they are the right ones. That any step to transition to a different retirement system, a different basket of benefits, so to speak, would be done with a work group of employees and would require action from this board in amending our retirement code. So, these are, I think, really important issues. It is right and appropriate that we have policy perspectives, but also in this new collective bargaining setting, the point is not substituting our judgment about what works best or what makes the most competitive workforce, but rather relying on the judgment of our employees in the formal framework of negotiation with management to determine how we make Arlington a competitive workforce and a competitive employer so that we can retain those individuals who are offering such a high level of service to our Arlington community. Ms. Garvey, did you have a final comment before I go back to Mr. Dorsey?
Just a quick follow-up comment, because I wanted to thank Mr. Rodriguez for his invitation to come and visit the water treatment plant. I'd be happy to do that. I've done it before, but it's been a while. And just like we do ride-alongs with our police, I would love to come and see it. There's actually right now some road work going on in Fairlington that is really impressive. I mean, I find driving around, so I can kind of see what's happening there, but we don't see inside the water treatment plant. So I would be happy to do that. I'll have my aide reach out, or somebody could reach out to me and do that in the new year. Thank
Ms.
you.
Garvey, that's great.
Yeah.
And Mr. Dorsey for the final words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a couple things to surface, philosophical, and then one technical. I do also never want to lose the opportunity to just sort of put this in the big picture of why this is important, at least to my mind. The contractual ability for workers to have a sense of understanding the trajectory of their term of employment for a number of years is incredibly important in a world where employers exercise a great deal of power, even beneficent ones like hopefully us, over employees, and that power can result in exploitation, either intentional or by ignorance. And a way of leveling that playing field comes from the ability to collectively bargain and negotiate contracts. And then there's also a practical effect of enterprise efficiency that is supported. When you are incredibly employee reliant, as we are as a community, employers can have blind spots if they are not regularly engaged in discussing not only the terms of employment, but operational matters with those employees. So there is a path to improved enterprise outcomes that comes from this regime. So with that as being important, I want to just speak to what you raised, Ms. Crystal, the issue of retirement benefits, which has come up. And, Mr. Schwartz, I appreciate your perspective, and I just want to publicly state my support for engaging in this issue in a way that's a lot more inclusive than has been assumed from others who have just simply looked at the arbitrator's award. So while that provides perhaps a certain path, the expectation that I have is that this is an idea that is merely that and is subject to an intense amount of analysis and policy development, because in addition to determining whether it makes actuarial sense, what are the potential impacts, we also have to consider whether or not it would have differing impacts on different classes of employees within the enterprise. So it's not just simply you come up with something and treat all employees exactly the same. while that may be, quote, fair, that is not necessarily equitable. So I hope that we aspire to the highest level of looking at this issue. And then the last thing is really quite easy. I don't think this requires a change in the motion unless our attorney says otherwise. But in Resolution 34A, as it relates to AFSCME, there are a couple of occasions, specifically in the third and fourth recitals, where the acronym is incorrectly input. So I just want to make sure that those are corrected in the final versions of this resolution. I don't think that needs an amended motion,
No,
right?
we can do that.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, I believe we are ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opponents? All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you again, Mr. Rodriguez and colleagues, to the manager, and for all of the many staff involved in getting us to this day. All right, Madam Clerk, I believe we have one other item for our attention this afternoon. If you could call it, please.
That is correct. We have item 35, which is the fiscal year 2024 budget guidance to the manager.
Thank you very much. All right, this is an item solely within the board conversation. Last month, of course, the manager gave us a preview of the fiscal 2024 proposed budget outlook, which was grim. I have brought before us proposed guidance to the manager as he develops that proposed budget. It's a way for us to put our fingerprints on the work that he will be doing in the coming months ahead of giving us his recommendations in February. I am going to ask our clerk, please, to bring up some guidance for our review in real time. I am going to move the following direction to the county manager. If I have a second. Seconded by Mr. DeFranti, I will go ahead by way of speaking to it to just walk through some of what's here, reflecting the tone of the presentation we received about the revenue outlook. This is a rather sober set of comments and guidance to him. Certainly the expectations that we all have that are true year in and year out. We expect certainly a balanced budget. We expect it to be consistent with our long-run financial sustainability and preserve our AAA bond ratings, to be consistent with our equity resolution and reflect in specific ways the application of the equity lens, and to fulfill all of our debt, lease, and other contractual commitments. I'm proposing that we codify here our understanding that the currently estimated budget gap is around 35 million. That is inclusive of the salary increases we just agreed to make a good faith effort to fund. And so recognizing that, a few things that we would like the manager to bring forward for us, recognizing that there is going to be a need to consider, as there should be in every year, but a particular budgetary urgency, I guess, of service and program efficiencies. So opportunities to reduce service delivery where appropriate, and eliminate programmatic activities that may no longer be priorities, that may have served us well in the past, but are not necessarily aligned with what we have prioritized. Of course, when we prioritize everything, that means we prioritize nothing. And so a difficult revenue picture is an opportunity to reflect on programmatic opportunities that may not, again, be serving those priorities. Recognition in this direction that there may be continued reliance on one-time funding. We've had a rocky few years navigating through the pandemic. It has been, in some ways, the worst of times for our ongoing revenues, but positive times for one-time revenues. That dynamic will probably, the contrast, rather, of that dynamic will not be as stark in fiscal 23, but nevertheless, this guidance proposes to reflect an understanding that the manager may need to continue to rely on one-time funding, and a support for that so long as there is a prudent plan to phase it out over the following fiscal years. Full funding of the tentative collective bargaining agreements per the action we just took, and recommendations about funding options for our housing priorities. So obviously eviction prevention and housing grants are both areas that have skyrocketed in terms of need and therefore funding levels. I think this is, speaking of priorities, really important to us to keep our neighbors housed. But we also expect, following some analysis that's been underway with regard to housing grants, which we discussed with DHS just a couple months ago here in this room, some understanding about the policy options that would be implemented implemented in the near term, and or excuse me, eviction prevention that would be implemented in the near term, with long-run changes to housing grants that could be implemented in fiscal 2025 as a way of maintaining those commitments and prioritization while also being financially sustainable, fiscally sustainable in the long run. This direction actually asks the manager to please maintain the ongoing level of funding for AHIF. I do think a bright spot in the long-run sustainability of our affordable housing programs has been the development of quite a few different creative funding tools outside of the AHIF. We, as talked about this morning, have realized a potential project for realization of as many as 655 CAFs, not through AHIF, but rather through the contribution of land. We know as well that we have exercised other financial tools like line of credit and others to acquire Barcroft. And so I think the idea of ongoing level funding for AHIF while still showing an increasing level of commitment to affordable housing overall is not only possible, but should be our direction. The revenue share, consistent with our longtime practice with our colleagues in the public schools. So that is a summary of the guidance here regarding direction about dollars and cents and how those should be spent. We know, of course, the budget is an opportunity for us to reflect on major programmatic updates. And so I am proposing that we give him guidance to do the following: to give us an update on the stormwater utility fee proposal that would be adopted in the fiscal 24 budget, but implemented in fiscal 2025. So this is a big shift in how stormwater is funded in the county, and a fulsome update as part of the fiscal 24 development is appropriate, even though those new fees would not go into effect until the following fiscal year. Certainly wanting an update now that we've come through, we hope, year one of collective bargaining, what continued support and expansion to other employee groups of collective bargaining might need. Again, programmatic updates on that. Continued investment in mental health services. We recognize in particular that recruitment and retention of professionals in this field is a major challenge, and so wanting some programmatic updates on thinking about how compensation or other tools can help us meet that challenge. Continued investment in environmental priorities, as well as priorities like the implementation of the police black practices group recommendation and equity resolution. I mentioned those kind of dollars and cents guidance around the future of our housing programs. At my colleague's suggestion, I've also included that here as part of a request for programmatic updates in the long-run sustainability of our housing aid programs. And then finally, commercial resiliency. This is incredibly important because this is what drives our revenue picture. And so understanding the status of and future efforts regarding the actionable strategies around economic development in context of a deeply unstable office market and high office vacancy rate. And then finally, to a recommendation that the manager give us some insight into a 6-year budget forecast. So those are really our long-run trends, commercial real estate values again, but also things like WMATA's operating needs, which we know it is a time of transition there as well, and any other trends in known expenses, whether that might be things like, for example, retirement or other wages and benefits, and any other major areas that may be affecting the ebb and flow of revenues and expenses, not just for fiscal 2024, but for the years to follow. So that is the guidance that is before us for consideration. I'm going to now open the floor for questions and comments. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Want to stay fairly high level and wanted to, I don't know if this question is maybe for the manager, could be for you as you put this together. I have a sense, but by comparison with last year, there's, plenty of commentators love to speculate that, budgets always look difficult at one part of the year and easy at other parts of the year. But I do feel as though the process, there's, you've updated us at separate times, not on the dais, but we're in a, you use the word grim. And this is, so I wondered if you could, the 35 million, is that more or less than last year? I think it's a little bit more. As a percentage, or could you give any sense as you're developing the budget? I know you've kind of engaged with your executive leadership team and sort of said, this is not easy. And you did, contextualize the possibility, trying to avoid for sure, cuts to filled positions, but wanting to be serious about where we are. So I think that's for you as manager, and just if you could, I don't know off the top the percentage that 35 million is of our sort of full actual budget, but that's the sort of big picture, if you could provide a little context on this year as opposed to last year, and what leads our chair to say this is grim from your perspective.
So having done about 30 budgets in my professional life, I never try to use adjectives that are too apocalyptic.
I just meant to characterize your presentation last month.
My presentation was grim.
Sorry.
So this is going to be a tougher budget year, and it's not the toughest we've ever had. It's more challenging than last year because of the revenue situation. We're about to get some final information on where we stand on the commercial and residential real estate values. The surprise actually from now as opposed to 4 or 5 months ago is what's happened with the residential market, because the residential market has really been affected by the increase in interest rates. So we're seeing values really affected there. The commercial side, I think that we expected there to be a period of time where it would be dropping. I think we're going to see that over a period of years. We'll see a piece of it this year. So it has been more challenging. I headed into the process originally with the hope that we could make these cuts that we need to make by only looking at vacant positions, which sets up this really strange dynamic because some of those vacant positions, each member of the board on the dais right here has been asking me, why can't we fill those positions for our police or for mental health? We have a number of vacant positions, and so as I've been having conversations, and we've been doing it the last few weeks, and we'll do it into January, it's been very tough. I've had to employ a lot of say persuasive tactics with department heads to come up with other ideas. So it is more of a challenge. And so I think that I also appreciate in the guidance the opportunity, which is, as I characterized it, a budget misdemeanor. We haven't quite committed a budget felony yet on relying on one-time money to smooth it. And we had for the last 2 years, the federal government really was a lifeline for us in assisting with that. So Mr. DeFerrani, you sort of are now starting to make me feel more depressed, but thank you very much.
I'm not trying to. I want to yield, but I did have one question, just for recollection purposes. I mean, part of why I asked is we just spent time on collective bargaining, and we want to invest there, but we also face a difficult budget environment. I thought it was worth sort of describing that a little bit. I think the one-time funding, the 2-year time frame that you put in, Madam Chair, is pretty consistent with my recollection of where we had been. We still are AAA bond rated, and we're still moving ourselves off of one-time funding.
Yes, we have been. We were moving. We were at about $16 million 2 years ago. We've been trying to cut that in half. We're going to continue to make progress on that. And I think that there are times, especially now, when we haven't really even talked about the pandemic anymore, but we're still transitioning. We don't know where we're transitioning to, but those are the times I think where it's appropriate to rely on one-time funds sometimes to work your way through some of those difficulties. I have a lot of faith in the long-term resiliency of our economy, but we have to get to that point again.
Thank you.
Thank you for those good questions. Mr. Karantonis and then Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also originally wanted really to ask about, how the manager sees the 35 million, 34, I think. It's the 35, really. It's 34, wasn't it? But anyway, so my question to you is, to which extent do you feel that the news in January about the residential and especially the commercial market will be, could we expect that they're slightly better, or is there a serious risk that they're not slightly better?
At this point, it's not like I'm calling our Department of Real Estate Assessments every hour to get an update, only every day. I think that we're at the, it's not going to get worse. Let me put it that way. We could see a small improvement, but I don't want people to, we often, are accused of saying the sky is falling and then somehow things get better. Things might be a little bit better, we'll have to see. And our real estate assessment office is finishing up. They've finished all their work on the residential assessments. And we have a pretty strong sense of where it is, so I'm trying to temper expectations there a little bit. In commercial, they're finishing up, and we will have those details finalized in the next week to 10 days, and we will be providing that information more broadly at the beginning of January, and everybody will get their notices usually over the Martin Luther King weekend. We send out all those notices. In less than a month from now, people will have all that information.
Yeah, I was specifically asking, thinking about the last point, the point H, the commercial resiliency and the need of direct investment, which, most likely is translated into dollars that need to be committed, including staff dollars. So in economic development, this is why I'm asking,
right.
How we have seen this challenge coming and evolving over time. You have responded. I believe the board has responded, but I feel that the text that the chair has provided just calls for a new level of investment.
Yes, and focusing on that, I think, is incredibly important. It's a multi-year process. A lot of our commercial spaces are still under old lease terms that were entered into 5 or 10 or 15 or 20-year leases. And there has been, and the board put it in here, a paradigm shift in the way the commercial market's working. As leases expire, it's been very difficult for our commercial landlords to sign up new tenants for the same space. They're lucky if they get a portion of that space, and the terms of those leases are shorter, and the rates in those leases are lower. It will be something I think we have to, I'm sort of thinking we have to go, it's a fever that we need to work our way through over a 3 or 4 year period. And again, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the board. We're taking steps to adjust the kinds of uses that could go into our commercial spaces, but we have a long way to go to reach, hopefully, a good landing point.
All right, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Schwartz, as you go through doing this, I'm going to offer an admonition that I'm not suggesting is a part of your thinking. I just want to publicly put it out there in the hopes that your thinking never get infected by this scenario. So, a lot of municipalities, when they try to deal with circumstances such as ours, where the revenue is baked in and the budget is the only place where they can bring things into balance, they pursue ideas like across-the-board cuts or indiscriminate proportional reductions, or indiscriminately proportional contributions to overall budget savings. And I would just hope that we don't do that. They have the veneer of fairness. You're treating every department, program, and operation the same, but that certainly does not account for the fact that programs and departments are not all necessarily similarly situated in terms of their capacity to do work. And this creates a burden on those insufficiently resourced areas already. And while it's much harder to do and requires a lot more time, hopefully we're taking a very discerning view of each department and doing that hard analysis to determine where some might contribute more to savings, some might contribute less, in order to meet programmatic and mission outcomes.
Yeah, I would borrow a term from an economist I know about across-the-board approaches. They're stupid.
Yeah. Thank you. Glad to hear.
Well,
I know you will get pressure from the community to do that, and so I just wanted to put that in.
And I think not at all inconsistent with what you're saying, Mr. Dorsey. I would also say that I do appreciate the exercise. I know that you ask your department heads to each engage in that difficult reflection, and I think that's important work because it then enables you to exercise your discretion along with your executive team about what cuts actually are fair and which aren't. But lest anyone is listening to those comments and thinking that means that some departments should be exempted from the exercise of self-reflection. I know that's not at all what you mean. So, all right. I think we are then ready for a vote. Thank you. Again, grim presentation, again, budget, not budget, notwithstanding. I think that we've certainly dealt with uncertain times before. I think, we tend to have a community, as evidenced by how much greater participation we see in the budget hearing than in the tax rate hearing. We tend to have a community that is tends to be more excited about opportunities to expand rather than cut government. And so, obviously that is I imagine this is budget guidance that is not going to be resoundingly cheered for that regard, but I do hope it'll be responsible, and I hope give the manager the guidance that he needs to put together a budget that is responsible and sustainable. So unless there's any further conversation, all those in favor of the guidance, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, do we have any other items to come before the board?
No, we don't.
We do not today. We will reconvene at 3 p.m. on Tuesday. I'll take the opportunity to note that in addition to the board's business, both at that 3 p.m. recess session and then part of our heard consent agenda in the evening, in between, we will be swearing our colleague, Mr. DeFranti, back in for another 4 years, which we are delighted by, and invite the community to join us at 4:30 p.m. here in this boardroom on Tuesday.
Swearing in better than swearing at.
If you want to come do that too. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the afternoon. We are recessed.